we have to go through 99 films we saw collectively in 2019. And those are just the films that came out in 2019. We saw a lot more than that.
Yeah, it's been a good year for movies.
What we're doing here today, folks, is me and Host are going to put every film we saw this year in 2019 that pertains to 2019 or wide released in 2019. Those are going to be a few oddballs there. We're going to put them in a tier list because 2019 was all about tier lists. So we'll put the final list at the very end of the video. So to those who want spoilers, you can skip to the end of the video if you want. But really the most important thing is the discussion it brings about. That's what's important because there's a lot you can learn from the discourse of how we talk about each of these films.
A lot of highs and a lot of lows.
A lot of you can learn from the lows especially.
Yes. I got some interesting things to say about the lows.
Yeah, whether you're a storyteller or someone who enjoys stories being told to them, you're going to love the discourse here. So we might as well get started because, man, we're going to be at this for a while, I believe.
Yes.
The first on our list here, 1917.
Yes. I really enjoyed this movie. A shitload, actually.
I already regret not writing the directors next to each film.
Sam Mendes did this, director of American Beauty, Skyfall, Spectre, that Irish Tom Hanks gangster movie.
Yeah. For me, I'll just say it right now. Could have used a couple more shots.
Yeah.
To those who don't know, 1917 is a World War I film that's shot to make it look like it was done in 1 to 2 takes.
It's like 2 takes. There's like a
thing basically, if you want to follow the illusion, it's 2 takes.
Yeah.
But man, it's really well done. Roger Deakins shot this, right?
Yes, Roger Deakins, my boy.
It's Roger Deakins, so like, wow, he's gonna get another Oscar.
He should. I hope he does.
Looks phenomenal. This
Incredible.
movie is entrancing. It's not as intense as say Dunkirk, but
I liked it more than Dunkirk.
I would change. I would say I like Dunkirk better.
Yeah, I guess I like just the focus on these two characters and like a point A to point B type journey.
I don't think it I don't think it had much of a story. I think it was more of a spectacle than a story.
Yeah, I know. The story is incredibly basic. It's just the experience and the journey, essentially.
But sometimes, that simplicity is key. Like, sometimes a very simple bare-bones story is the best kind, and I'm willing to give it that merit. So, we'll keep talking about this more, but right off the top of your head, S or A, what do you think?
It's like low S, high A for me.
I think it's a high A. I'm willing to stay at A. I don't think this is an S-class film.
Okay.
But it's definitely an A.
I do have like one kind of majorish problem with it that doesn't really detract too much from it, but like the music for the movie. I thought like a lot of it was kind of used inappropriately. Or it didn't like sound great. Like
to me, I don't even remember the music. That's for me, like, 'cause I'm a big score nerd. For me, if it's not memorable, it's not important. There's
only like 2 parts I remember specifically. It's like when he goes out at night and like the flares are flying in the sky and you hear this like almost like angelic, kind of like something you'd hear like early Star Wars. Like that music, I was like, holy shit, that's great. And
when he's running at the very end, that last running tracking shot, which you could look that up on Twitter, that final tracking shot in 1917. How they shot that is ridiculous. I thought the freaking truck that was pulling the camera was gonna fucking blow over.
Yeah,
oh my God.
And he ran into people he wasn't supposed to, but they kept it in because
Oh my God! Yeah, so it is such a well shot film, but that's really all I can say. Other than the fact that I know this joke has already been made on Twitter, but the main protagonist looks like Oni, Chris O'Neill. He does. I couldn't stop laughing. Laughing.
God, you gotta show me a picture so I can laugh.
Oh, that's the entire film. That was also taking me out of the film.
Okay. Well, I didn't have that problem.
Yeah. But like I say, it is the best shot film. Some of the best cinematography of the decade, I would absolutely say.
Yeah, it is one of my 3 favorite looking movies of the year for sure.
But I mean, its basicness, although that can be helpful in most stories cases, in this it's to a fault. there's nothing really holding me here other than the frames. I like this because I'm a cinema nerd. But if I'm in the audience, I don't know how this one did for mainstream audiences.
I think a lot of people liked it, but then there's a lot of other people who are like, the filming is just like a gimmick.
Yeah, because war films do well in my town, and I fucking love war films. So everyone came out of this satisfied. But once again, I feel like you pull me and anyone else in my town will say Dunkirk was much better. Because Dunkirk is what you call an ass clencher of a film. And if we're going on a scale of 1 to 10, I know this is a tier list by letter, but if we're going 1 through 10 on ass clench, this is a 6. And for war films, that ain't enough these days.
Oh, no, my ass was thoroughly clenched while watching this movie.
And considering there were other films I'd say were bigger ass clenchers and they weren't about war war-like stakes, like I said, considering that that's the purpose of a film like 1917, I was more entranced than, clenched. And we all know what the top ass clencher of the year is.
Yes.
we'll get to that towards the end of our list.
We'll get to him.
Because this list, like the tiers, is in alphabetical order. But yeah, so I think we both agree that 1917 is a high-end A. Maybe this will change throughout the rest of the podcast, but for now, we're saying a high-end A. And oh boy, we start on a high note.
Second film.
The next on a low note. Michael Bay's Six Underground.
Hey, okay. Look, I am fully aware this is not a good movie, but I had a good time watching it.
You finished this, right?
Yeah, I finished it.
I can't believe it. This film, I'm usually into so bad their film. Like, if it's bad, at least it can be entertaining. But the problem is this film, it hurt. The color grading hurts.
That's Michael Bay.
It hurts. No, because
I'm used to watching his movies.
No, because Michael Bay's whole shtick is that he makes good-looking films. This film looks awful.
Like the first and third Transformers, maybe, but everything after that's just ugly.
This film hurts. Even if the films were ugly, ugly's one thing. This is painful. This is a painful film. And I couldn't even get Six Underground. I couldn't get fucking 6 minutes in through it.
Okay.
There's a guy who parkours because he's parkouring. There's no point.
But is he like Tom Hardy's brother?
He's objectively useless at parkouring. It's just there. It's supposed to look good, but it's just painful to look because it's so
but he skateboards down a rail and shoots a grenade launcher into someone's face. Isn't that cool?
I didn't get that far because the neon just hurt.
No, it has like the color grading of pain and gain.
When you got and freaking Ryan Reynolds is supposed to be charming.
No, he's thoroughly annoying in this movie.
So like even Ryan Reynolds fails at his most important job. Everyone failed. This movie is a full-on fail. I'm sorry, it is an E, and I will not.
Okay.
I will not entertain anything higher, but
I'll say it's a low D for me personally.
A low D, that ain't good enough. But why? Why do you think it's saved from the E? Is it really that much of a guilty pleasure?
It really is to me. Like, okay, like I watch a lot of the Fast and Furious, and maybe just Hobbs and Shaw depressed me with how. We'll get to it.
Oh man!
But like seeing like I don't know, car crashes with consequences and shit. Like in a Fast and Furious movie, they crash a car and you see like nothing happen to the drivers. In this movie, he crashes a car, the car gets ripped in half, you see the mutilated bodies of the people spill out onto the road. I'm like, holy shit. The fact he put so much detail into, like, just mutilating people.
Shit.
It's like, okay, I can appreciate that.
You know what? I'm not into that. I objectively hate that so much, personally. I don't like that. But you're making me laugh, you're making me smile, and I feel your joy in describing that. I will entertain a D for Six Underground, just for you.
Okay, thank you.
Six Underground gets a D, but I bet that changes throughout the night. As we start putting other D's in Escape, and you go, no, that doesn't belong.
There is a movie that's more infuriating that's like action.
Of course, we're getting there. But yeah, because of that, you know what? I couldn't get through it, but if someone's really into this, I guess they had a really good time. Yeah. And I don't want to bugger other people's good time, so I will entertain a D.
Oh god, airplane mode.
Airplane mode next.
Oh shit! I don't think you saw this.
Logan Paul's airplane mode. Hell no, I didn't see this shit.
Okay, it's really funny because it's like a YouTube movie that you have to pay for, but somebody uploaded the whole thing for free on YouTube, and I was like, "Holy shit!"
Yeah, that's YouTube's copyright situation in a nutshell.
Yeah, oh yeah, A rank.
So it's getting an A for airplane, of course.
Yeah, it's basically like Logan Paul watched Airplane for the first time. He's like, "Yeah, what if this again, but like raunchier?" And
people go, oh no, it's not that. It's We can do that.
We can do that.
We can do that.
It's just what can I say? It's thoroughly annoying. Logan Paul's like the best part of the movie. Surprisingly, he has like charisma. And
I mean, he wouldn't make so much money if he didn't have something.
Well, yeah, exactly.
In that department.
But it's like, okay, yeah, you're trying. And the only other notable thing is Nick Swartzman. You know that guy?
Yes.
He's in like a lot of dumb Adam Sandler movies. He's in this movie. And he
I'm looking at the poster of Airplane Mode. Oh yeah, it's literally
the poster. Yeah,
it's the plane dabbing, and
yep.
I recommend everyone Google this right now because I will not download this on my computer and put this in the podcast. I'm above this fucking poster.
It's straight like a.
This is a.
It's like Airplane for the modern day.
This ain't your dad's airplane. I'd rather watch my dad's airplane. Okay, so anything else to say? Otherwise, I'd rather not give Logan Paul much of the time of day.
Nick Swartzman breastfeeds a baby, and it's disgusting.
But you know what? Saying Logan Paul's name a couple times might actually put us in the algorithm, so...
Oh, yeah.
There is that. There is some use. Next on the list, I think this is going to be a controversial for us. Aladdin.
Aladdin. I hated this.
You genuinely hated it?
I fucking hate. Look, even more than the new Lion King, I hated this.
More than the new Lion King. That's where I gotta say, hey, hold your horses.
Look, the new Lion King. That's not like a big thing. The new Lion King is literally like one above this one, so there's not a big gap. But I as a kid, I had more attachment to Aladdin than I did the Lion King. So it's like
I get that. I mean, the original Aladdin's fucking great.
In front of me, I'm like, God damn it. Why? And Guy Ritchie, too. Ah, God, I'm a fan of Guy Ritchie. I'm a fan of old Aladdin, and it's just like...
The part that got me was clear... There was a part where you see... Because you know Guy Ritchie loves his slow-mo shots?
Yeah, are you talking about when he falls in the chair into the water or whatever?
There's a part... During the part... No, he's singing One Step.
Okay. Oh, yeah, okay.
One Step Ahead. And there's a part where you see that they had to slow the footage to match the song... But it wasn't used on a slow-mo camera. I could feel Guy Ritchie in physical pain having that be edited.
God, and they just took a fucking personality from everybody. The father, he was like a little marshmallow man in the original. He was adorable, and he's just an old guy in this. Jafar is boring, man.
Like,
the bird is a bird.
They took and moved things in weird places. Because I feel like they added some, my policy is don't do a remake, do an adaptation, do a new, not a retake, a new take, and that's what I appreciate about Aladdin above any other Disney live action.
No, this is a better example.
They do something different, and that's what I appreciated. I feel like I actually did not mind Will Smith's genie. He didn't try to outdo Robin Williams. He did his own thing.
Kind of, but not really. He was still doing the
I think he did his own thing. I don't think so. He wasn't doing impressions and shit. I thought he was pretty charming. I thought the character, it wasn't great, but it wasn't bad. I was entertained. I actually enjoyed it.
Okay.
I know, like I said before, like I have such a low expectation for live action Disney films now, and this one I was like, this one was actually thoroughly enjoyable.
I have low expectations for them too, but like I'm not, I can't.
So are we gonna have to like compromise on a C, or can I persuade you to a B on this one?
I'll give you a D.
You want a D? Then I say C. I'm not giving this a D.
Okay.
Because that sets a poor precedent.
Way.
Because Disney listens to this. Bob Iger listens to this, and he goes, well, if Aladdin doesn't work, I guess we're just not going to fucking try anymore. And put Lilo and Stitch on Disney+. Ugh.
Is this them trying?
I think Aladdin is them trying. Putting Guy Ritchie on board and doing something different, I feel like that's trying. Over Beauty and the Beast and Lion King, the way those turned out, this is trying at least.
It's like, did you watch Dumbo, which we'll get to?
I did not watch Dumbo.
That one was trying.
Was that trying?
Yes. The original Dumbo didn't have... okay, we'll talk about Dumbo when we get to Dumbo, but like, That's my example of them trying.
Okay, I just didn't get to that. When did that come out? Because it came out in a
this year.
I know this year. That's why it's on this list, host. But like month-wise, did it come out during the dumping grounds or?
Oh god!
Or was it early spring?
February, March. It was the first of the 4 that came out this year.
Because if it's quarter 1, I mean that's no wonder no one saw it.
Right.
Okay, but we'll get to that. Spoilers. But next, Alita Battle Angel.
Yes, one of Freddy's best of the decade or favorite of the decade.
I love Freddy so much.
Yeah. I like it.
You like it?
Yeah. It just took me back to. I mean, it's Robert Rodriguez.
Yes, I love fucking.
And it just reminded me when I was a kid watching Spy Kids movies for like the first time, and I'm like, oh god, this takes me back.
I mean, it's been a while. I can't even paraphrase the dialogue anymore. But the part that got me was that apparently James Cameron wrote the screenplay, and I don't believe that for a second.
You don't? James Cameron isn't a great writer.
That's true, but not as bad as Rodriguez is.
Unobtainium.
Rodriguez writes like a fucking middle schooler.
Yeah, his best stuff is when he pairs with.
And these were middle schooler lines.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna argue that the dialogue was good.
The dialogue was bugging me something fierce.
Oh yeah, it was cheesy as hell, and.
but like I mean, once again, Cameron and Rodriguez, what a power couple in regards to production and world building.
Yeah,
and we gotta give that credit where credit is due. This story did not grab me. I didn't really like it, but I appreciate the effort. And that's why I'm saying C for this, but
I'm fine with a C.
If you're okay with a C, I say Alita's a C. And that's something too. Yo, kids listening at home, this ain't your school fucking grading system. C means average, okay?
Yeah.
C is average, C can be respectable. So relax on that front. We're not saying it's bad. I'm just saying the dialogue is mediocre.
Yeah.
But the world building is top. Next,
I saw this one.
Anima. I did not see Anima. What is this?
Paul Thomas Anderson.
Paul Thomas Anderson.
He did like The Master, Inherent Vice.
Okay, yes. Okay, you got me.
He directed a short movie that's kind of like a music video with Tom Hooper.
Shit.
Yeah, and that's all it is. It's just really cool visuals and really good music, and it kind of tells a story throughout. I don't want to say much more than that. It's like a solid high B for me.
High B? Okay.
Yeah.
And that's available on Netflix. So, okay, I'll have to retroactively go and give that its due diligence. But you're saying that's a B?
Yeah.
I will take your word on Anima. A B. Okay, next on the list, Arctic. I did not see this, and I know you have a lot to say, so go take the lead.
I don't have too much to say other than Mads Mikkelsen is starring in it. This movie's made by a guy who does YouTube for a living. He does like music stuff on YouTube, but this isn't like an airplane mode type of YouTuber movie. It's like an actual movie. Like
this is someone who got their start on YouTube.
Yeah.
Not someone who will forever live on YouTube like Logan Paul.
Yeah.
Live and die with the platform.
Basically.
So that's actually a cool thing.
Yes.
Support your up and comers, but how is it really though?
It's I like these survivalist type movies. He's like stranded in the middle of the
survival films are always a winner. We talked about this with The Martian during our top of the decade.
Yeah. And it's pretty solid. I had like a couple of grievances. I remember watching it, which is why it wasn't like S or A for me.
Because I remember you bring it up. Like you seem you've come around a little more positive on it because you seemed more negative when you first brought it up when we were talking about it.
Possibly, yeah. Yeah, it's good. Like a solid.
Maybe Death Stranding gave you a better look on what Mikkelsen was doing.
Death Stranding and another film he made this year that we'll get to later.
It's such a brilliant concept. But what are you going to give Arctic?
A B.
A B? You're going to give a B?
Yeah.
Okay. Not bad. Not bad at all. Next, The Art of Self-Defense. Now there's something we watched we watched this one together.
Yes, we did.
Ooh boy.
So I saw this movie in theaters. I hadn't heard really anything like I hadn't watched any reviews on it. All I saw was the trailer. I'm like, oh, this looks fun. And it was.
Not fun in the way we all expected.
No, it's a dark comedy.
It is a dark comedy.
Surprisingly more dark than comedy. With the art of self-defense is about like a karate school. And you'd be surprised to find out it's more dark.
Yeah, like we don't want to spoil. This is one that you like. This is definitely a must-watch.
Yes, definitely.
We would definitely say right now. This is starring Jesse Eisenberg, and is basically this guy who gets mugged, and he wants to start. He's comedically the most benign, pitiful man you've ever seen.
Yeah.
And this film is just his comeuppance, him working his way up this karate dojo. And it's a fucking sinister film. And it's so funny, but it's so dark. And the way it builds up, the ending is obvious, but it still fucking takes your breath away.
Oh, it's great.
We watched this during our movie nights on the JoyRide Discord. And I literally called out the ending. I said, okay, he's going to do this. And it happened. And we were all still freaking floored at the end.
Yeah, oh god, it's such a good reveal.
This film is wonderful. I think this is our first S tier of the night.
Yes, yeah.
Absolutely. One of the best comedies of the year.
Definitely.
And, oh boy, here comes another controversial one. Not just between you and me, but the audience. Avengers Endgame.
It's fine.
Is it just fine?
I just watched Toy Story 4 and
Oh, so that probably helped a bit.
yeah, that one's better than this. I'd sooner watch that, but they're right next to each other.
Okay, but yeah, it blew me away because I love the I'm so enamored with the production and the insanity that is Marvel Studios, and for them to put it all together, like that purely from production standpoint. And I still find other great merits to the film. I think the first 20 to 30 minutes is some of the most, like, probably the most emotionally honest the MCU has ever been.
The beginning is great, and then I lose the thread.
Because I know you like, because you've always said you like Infinity War better. I also quite like Infinity War. The more I keep looking back at Infinity War, the messier it gets. And for me, it's the same issue I have with the 4th season of My Hero Abridged. It's predicated upon a lie. Granted, this is less of a lie. It's more obvious because of contracts. You know they're not all going to fucking stay dead. But at the same time, like, that really goes away when that's just really not the stakes of it. When they're all coming back. Whereas Endgame, the stakes come into play when there is a very permanent movement at the end. Spoilers, There's no spoilers. Everyone in the fucking world saw this film. Tony Stark fucking bites the dust.
He became Dr. Dolittle.
And did you watch that?
I'm going to.
Oh, thank God. Is that a 2020 film?
Yep.
Someone's got to see it. Someone's got to take the L for us. But we're not going to talk about that. And then Steve Rogers becomes old man Boomer Steve.
Yep. He becomes Clint Eastwood.
He becomes Clint Eastwood. But no, I thought the wrap up on all the emotional arcs. There's a few things like Black Widow's death. I almost audibly fucking laughed at that.
No, she's not dead though.
That looked like a parody. It really looked like a parody of Infinity. That's the one thing where Infinity War absolutely did much better. Mm-hmm. I enjoyed it. As I should say, I enjoyed Infinity War in the moment, but it doesn't carry over once you take that stakes away.
You still have stakes because, Vision is still dead. The people who died before the snapping, obviously, are still dead. Except for fucking what they did to Gamora. That shit annoys me.
That's kind of fucky. Yeah.
All that fucking character development. Guardians of the Galaxy 2 is my favorite of these MCU movies. She had such fucking good development there, and it's like, reset.
Yeah. James Gunn is, fucking pissed behind the scenes. And then they come crawling back to give him 3 because they can't make it without him.
Sorry.
That's great. Sorry, we're so sorry. James Gunn, probably the second most powerful man only to Kevin Feige in the MCU. Right. To be perfectly honest.
You're allowed to write your own movies.
But yeah, and who would have thought the man who did the live action Scooby-Doo would be the second most powerful man in the MCU?
The man who made
but Endgame, and James Gunn produced Endgame. That's one of the things I enjoyed. That makes sense. That's one of the things I also quite enjoyed about it because you see his hands involved in that.
Okay.
Yeah, see, I'm turning you around. I just think
you're not turning me around.
It blew my mind because I didn't see this coming. where they kill Thanos in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, it was
and then
cool
it becomes a
until
time
he comes back and
it's all me to a T. These last two films, Infinity War and Endgame, these are my kind of films where you just completely fuck with the audience. You do something completely fucked and dark, and they go, okay, now you're not gonna see what's coming next. I'm gonna do the last thing you'd think of. Fucking time heist. Just fucking wild. Freaking smart ass Hulk. Freaking
like
Lebowski Thor. Like, it's so great. I'm sorry. It's
there are like
fun,
bits that I like,
so
and then there's a
fun.
lot of it that's dull for me.
That's an Avengers film. It's supposed to be spectacle. The freaking DC's trying to do this freaking dark spectacle, and Marvel's going, yo, our freaking guys are gonna chill in a boardroom and talk about
I
their
like
own
spectacle.
films.
I love Infinity War. Jesus. But I don't know, something about Endgame just didn't click for me.
Endgame, it just feels it feels more honest and it feels more fun. And it's the thing you least expect. So I'm gonna say an A. I'm fighting for an A so hard. But are you gonna fight the A?
Can you settle for a B, please?
B,
I can't.
please?
I can't give it an A.
I will concede. It's a high B. It is a high B.
Okay.
But I wish I could sell you harder on it, but I don't know how. Your heart is just hardened to the MCU.
Yeah, I'm bitter.
I really think that of all the Marvel films, I think this one's one of the most honest and fun bouts they've ever had, and it's never gonna be this great again. I'm one of those guys who heralds the bubble burst in hero films, and I've conceded that's not the case. This will make the way of the Western. It'll just quietly go away and come back in spurts. It'll never fully go away. But I just can't see, and maybe that's why I'm not Kevin Feige. I just don't know where we go from here other than the dilution now that we're going to go to episodic content on Disney Plus.
I'm waiting for Guardians of the Galaxy 3, hoping Sam Raimi does.
No, I'm waiting for Love and Thunder.
Yeah.
Because Taika is my man.
Yes.
Ever since Hunt for the Wilder People,
oh, son of a bitch,
that has been my man. And oh boy, one of his films on here this year. And I can't wait to talk about that. I mean, we kind of already talked about it in the decade list, but...
we did, but we'll talk about it more.
We will talk about it again because we'll get there. Spoilers. But yeah, Avengers Endgame, I think it's very fun. But I said that I can't predict what's coming in the future for MCU, except I can because I am Kevin Feige of my own platform. Here's what's going to happen, host. And they've already tipped their hat at this. Like, I was talking to someone about this, and just yesterday, MCU made the announcement that in Doctor Strange Into the Ghost Dimension, that's how I call it. Doctor Strange is the Ghost Dimension, that's the official name, that I came up with, and that everyone will follow. They said that they will introduce alternate versions of already established MCU characters.
Oh, so they're just going to do, like, the comic thing.
Yeah, and that's what I said. Okay. I said, people were like, what? How are they going to go on without Tony Stark or Captain America? Well, obviously they're going to make a Winter Soldier and the Falcon show. That's how they cover that. In terms of Steve Rogers, so in terms of Tony Stark, and once they get tired of Falcon because everyone's racist, we have the multiverse. So all they're going to do is introduce a bunch of multiverse versions of Tony Stark and Captain America, and then they're just and Feige's just going to wait for the audience to get attached to one and go, okay, we're going to put that one into the MCU. Into the actual mainline films. That's how they'll do it. That's how they'll bring Tony Stark back. Because it won't be Tony Stark. It won't be the one we grew up with. We'll be like, okay, here's the new one that gets to establish himself. So you get to have your cake and eat it too. You got to kill Tony Stark, and then you get to bring him back without really bringing him back. And carry on without him. By carrying on with him. You heard it here first, folks. We will get a white Captain America back sooner than you think. I'm sorry, but people can't handle it. I'm a guy who I call it the neo golden age of Marvel Comics between 2011 and 2015. I really got back into Marvel Comics, and they were incredible. And that's when the Falcon was Captain American shit, and it was so great, and people never appreciated it.
I want my live action adaptation of Ultimatum, where we're gonna see all of our favorite characters die horribly,
become Nazis.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
Don't like Black Falcon? How about a white Nazi Captain of America?
Ant-Man is abusive.
Black Widow, we'll kill her, and we'll never do that again. That's a bad. We'll never learn our lesson there. Okay, but yeah, we've been talking too much about comics and Marvel. They've overtaken the conversation again. Battle at Big Rock. Tell me about this.
Okay, so you know Jurassic World?
Oh no. Oh no.
So they released a short film.
Oh, that's what this is. I've seen this.
Yeah.
I didn't want to. I just repressed it.
Yeah. It wasn't good. I wanted those children to die.
Oh my god.
And they didn't,
it's a
so I was unhappy.
story and things. And they were hyping it up. I'm like,
yeah. That's why I watched it.
This is Colin Trevorrow we're talking about. He needs to, like, why does this man continue to fool people that he's good?
I think people like Safety Not Included. I guess when I first watched that, I liked it.
He keeps fooling people. Stop giving him work. I mean, don't give him work. I don't ever want to wish a job out of people, but don't give him fucking Blockbuster. Make him fucking grind his teeth on actual hard work again. Don't hand him a big budget. Make him work for it again. I don't want him to take work away. I want him to work harder, because when he works harder, then he works smarter. But yeah, Battle of Big Rock. People say they made it. They made a freaking Twitter short for Jurassic World where a T-Rex attacks a fucking camper, and it's fucking stupid.
Yeah, that the dumb children won't stop making noise.
The dumb children won't stop making noise. That's the tagline for the film.
Yeah.
And the children, we mean Colin Trevorrow, because he won't shut up about how smart and subversive he is about a fucking dinosaur movie that's terrible. Oh my god. Was Jurassic World last year?
No, Jurassic World, I think that was...
Thank God, because I don't want to talk about it. And I don't want to talk about what's coming out next. Don't drag Laura Dern through this. God damn it. She's coming to the next one. Dern. And Sam Neill. All of them are coming back because we got to Star Wars this shit.
Of course.
God, stop. So next, Between Two Ferns, the movie.
I haven't watched it.
This is on Netflix. It is a perfectly fine comedy. I quite enjoyed it. This is a movie of the Zach Galifianakis shorts that were on Funny or Die, where he sits between two ferns and interviews people, and it's super fucking funny. This was very popular during the mid-2000s, the early to mid-2000s.
Yeah, I remember.
But like Funny or Die, this movie is where Funny or Die went to die. It's like, okay, this era is over. And I'm glad it goes off. I think it goes off on a good note, but it's like this film is a good funeral ceremony. We're remembering the good times where freaking Will Ferrell could sit in a chair and we could laugh at him. Right. Because he literally sits in a chair in this film and we laugh at him.
Didn't they execute Matthew McConaughey in this movie?
They did, and that was fucking funny.
Yeah,
they killed Matthew McConaughey. It was funny in the first like 10 minutes.
For his crime of starring in Serenity.
It was really funny, and I liked it. But yeah, for his crimes in Serenity, I agree. Spoilers, we're getting to that.
We'll get to Serenity
towards the end of this. But yeah, I'm gonna give it a solid B. Because I think it was a really funny comedy, but it bangs its head on a ceiling. It can't be greater because it's too trapped into the early mid 2000s Funny or Die humor, early boots on the ground internet humor. Right. But I'm glad it exists. I think it's a good topper. If I never have to hear about Funny or Die ever again, I'm good here because I've heard nothing but bad things about it in recent days. But now we talk about this. So Between Two Ferns hits its head on a ceiling. Let's talk about a film that just shatters the fucking ceiling. It goes into fucking space. You didn't see Booksmart?
I did not see Booksmart.
This was the best comedy of the year, one of the best of the decade.
Damn it.
This is directed by Olivia Wilde, her directorial debut.
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
Holy shit, this movie is so good. Because once again, like Avengers was honest, this is a very honest and authentic film. It really captures... I used to coach high school tennis, and it really captures those dynamics to a T. Because one of the things that this trope in high school that I hate so fucking much, these high school films. I always say, I think that films are written by fucking nerds who just wanted attention. Because all these fucking high school films, these coming-of-age films, is about fucking the typical bully's the fucking nerdish kid. And it's like, that's just wish fulfillment. The fulfillment of the wish that you wish you were worth that kind of attention. No one fucking bullied you. Shut the fuck up. People ignored you because you had nothing to offer. Because you were quiet and didn't say anything. Booksmart gets the nerd and the popular jock and the prep. All those dynamics, the high school ecosystem, it gets perfectly. how intertwined, how everybody's basically the preps, the jocks, and it, like, oh god, I'm like rambling and I can't articulate this properly because I love this film. I just say right now, this film is fucking hilarious. It's crazy hilarious, and the marketing wanted it to be the next Superbad, and that's how they market it. It's the new Superbad. It's like, stop. This is nothing like Superbad. This kicks Superbad's ass because it's about these two girls. They're about to graduate very soon, I think the next evening, and they want and they just been nerds the entire year. Like, oh man, like I said before, I'm tired of that trope. They go, wow, we haven't done shit. People ignore us, and we contribute nothing. We want to be cool for a night. How do they get cool? They finally get involved. And even the fucking preppy kids and the jocks are like, yo, thank God, come join us. They're so fucking nice and inviting. Like, yeah, come fucking do this shit with us.
Oh, like the Body Improvement Club?
Yeah, that's a bit. Okay, because since we are an anime-inclined channel, it's like the Body Improvement Club from Mob Psycho. Everyone's that's so awesome. Welcoming, but everyone's so crazy. And the nerds are like, you ignored us and shit. And it's like, and you're like, yo, you nerds, you act like you were better than us, and that's why you didn't hang with us. And they're like, shit, you're right. And it's like, and it's so awesome. Fucking great. Because everyone's like, everyone has an ego, and they're like, oh, if we just put our fucking ego out of the way, everyone gets along so everyone meshes together so well, and every character has their own little mini arc. We'll get to that. There's another film where I feel like really has a great character economy, and this film has great character economy.
Yeah.
Every character gets their due. It's really fun.
Mm-hmm.
But basically, I put Booksmart in the Mean Girls tier, like one of the all-time greatest high school films. Like I said, if you want to compare it to Superbad, sure, you can put it in that high schoolers getting some raunchy situations kind of tier. But it's so good because it's all these different social groups all having different parties and them party hopping amongst the social groups and all getting involved and doing fun shit. And also, and the two main protagonists have such a great relationship. One's just this freaking uppity, freaking type A personality. The other one's like a freaking hippie, and she's gay, and they're both super fucking supportive of each other. And the parents are supportive of her being gay and stuff, like to a T where they really push it on her. They're like, yo, just fuck already.
This sounds delightful.
It's so delightful because it's a very, it's a very progressive film, and everyone's it's a very progressive, supportive film. It's
disgusting.
It's a film. It is a coming of age film about get out of your fucking shell and fucking live for one night. It's great, and it's just so funny. And Jason Sudeikis is in it. He's the principal, and that's
cool.
There's a lot of great celebrity cameos and a lot of actors doing roles that you just would not expect, and a lot of great young actors who are gonna go places, man. Oh man, but I give Booksmart an S, a high S. It is so good. This is a must-watch. Make it a movie night on the JoyRide server. I'm serious.
I maybe in the next one, actually.
I am absolutely serious. It is so good. Everyone will enjoy it.
Okay.
Now, another one. I'm not sure if you saw this. This is on Netflix. This is Breaker
I have not seen
Uppers.
This one. Nope.
This is a New Zealand film. And this came out before Booksmart. I was like, oh, this is the best film.
I think you told me about this one. I think I started to watch it. I just never finished it.
So it's about these two chicks who have a breaker upper business where they're hired to help people break up with their significant others in crazy ways. So like it helps break things off easier. They help make up excuses. They create emergency situations. They pretend people die. Like they fake deaths and shit.
Oh.
And it's pretty funny, but then one of the two chicks actually gets in a relationship, and now they're and the other one's trying to sabotage it. And it's pretty funny. It's a really fucked up one. Like I said, I'm kind of, as I've kind of digest on it, I think it's a high B now. I don't think it's that great.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's definitely a worthwhile watch. It's one of those really fucked up ones. Because, like, one of the chicks, she comes from a rich family, and all they do is, like, cocaine and shit, and, like they do so much cocaine that they mix it up with freaking, like, laundry detergent, and they can't tell the difference. It's just, like, everything's
See,
just
this is selling me on the movie.
Like, these are all, like, remember, in one of the movie nights when we watched Parasite, I talked about how the family is so rancid, it's wholesome.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what it is. This film is so rancid, it's wholesome. These are really dirty people. But it's very wholesome in that. Like they revel in their nastiness. Yeah. So,
Okay.
And also they make
I'm
Dragon Ball
interested.
Z references because they're that age now,
Of course.
where they can make references to Dragon Ball Z. They're adults making Dragon Ball Z references, and that's fucked. That kind of really took me out of it for a sec. But I was like, wow, that's actually kind of true.
Damn it.
And speaking of Super Saiyans, Captain Marvel.
Uh,
This is a film that I actually quite enjoyed the first time, but then as I continued to digest it and really think about it, oh man, this film was a travesty, wasn't it?
Captain Psy, more like. Jesus.
Don't say that. That's kind of sexist, host.
Sorry.
I
sorry.
really gave this movie its praises to start, but there's nothing to come back to. There's really nothing to come back to.
It's super dull, and it looks ugly.
It's very dull. It's very ugly. It's very cheaply put together. I'm saying this because Captain Marvel deserves better. As I said before, I was really into the Neo Golden Age, where Captain Marvel really got her due. She became the freaking lead of that age.
Mm-hmm.
And they're just not treating her with that level of respect. They're really they're shoehorning her. They openly admitted they didn't know what to do. Like, that's one of my critiques of Endgame, is they didn't know what the fuck to do with Captain Marvel, and they still clearly don't know what to do with her. And that's a goddamn shame.
She was there to lead the all-female charge during that one scene.
Let's go, girls. Let's go through the hairs.
I don't really need any of you.
Sit the fuck down, Peter Parker. Sit the fuck down. We're gonna strut.
Look at my haircut.
Look at my haircut. I think Tom Holland has a nice haircut.
He does.
But yeah, I think Captain Marvel is one of the most dishonest films ever conceived by the MCU. Those directors didn't even get to do shit. Like, don't blame the directors for this. This is one of those things when Kevin Feige just immediately took over and then you get to do shit. This is why... Yeah. Who was the original director for Into the Ghost Dimension?
I don't remember.
Who the fuck knows? I'm so sorry. Some poor B fucking horror movie. That's very disrespectful to say. I'm so sorry to whoever that is. But some guy they pulled off the streets who's clearly smarter than that and left like he should have. So I say that's just, I know I sound disrespectful, but whoever left that project, good on them. They deserve better than to be Kevin Feige's freaking Avatar. But now that Sam Raimi's on the film, can Sam Raimi become the third most powerful man in the MCU?
Maybe.
I hope so. I pray to death.
I like his direction in the original Spider-Man movies.
But yeah, but that aside, Captain Marvel, just
sigh.
I don't like if that's what the solo avenues are gonna look like now. I don't want any part of it.
You remember that cool reveal in Winter Soldier when Sam Jackson, he reveals his eye. He's like, "Oh, I was betrayed by a friend once." And I'm like, "Ooh, man, that's so cool." And then it was revealed it was a cat.
And the whole theater laughed because they're classically conditioned to laugh at the silly thing in the MCU film instead of an actual fun of joke. And there were funny things in Captain Marvel. Don't get me wrong. Like I said, I am a fucking MCU boy. I'm sorry. I will speak highly.
The highlight of Captain Marvel were what were the name of the shape-shifting aliens?
Oh, the Skrull. There was things you don't expect. Everyone was like, "Oh, they're gonna do Secret Invasion," and it was actually a very funny take on it.
Mm-hmm. No, he was like the best character in the movie. The dude who usually plays a bad guy and everything.
Yeah,
Gotta play a good guy.
And they play a role in other films throughout the year too. I like that. I like the play on Secret Invasion. So I think that's one of the best merits of Captain Marvel. I'm gonna say a C for this.
Not a D.
I'm not saying a D because I don't need that fucking heat on me.
Okay, low C.
Also, I don't believe Captain Marvel was a D. I think it's a low C.
I'd say it's a D plus. Okay, that's me.
I think it's a low C.
Okay, I can settle for that. Speaking of C.
Well, I mean, we are in the C part because we're going through this list alphabetically, so there's a lot of C. So next, Cats. You motherfucker. The film that Stina Khan hosted is watching twice. Stina's a mad... The Stooner is a mad bitch.
It has only gotten worse and worse in my mind.
The Sooners calls this an S. We call this a D, right?
It's... can we put an F in the thing?
Wow, we were gonna go that much? I didn't watch the full film. I skimmed through it.
No, it is E. It is E. That movie is agony.
I think it delights in its insanity.
It's agony.
Well, maybe the agony of having to sit through it the full thing. For a skim watch, I think I call it a D. I think there's some playful torture.
I can't. It has to be an E.
So those wondering what the fuck is up, who didn't see it, this film is a fucking trip. This is a nauseatingly horny film.
The most disgusting foot scene in a movie, and I saw Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
It can't follow its own physics. That's what gave me a headache. Is that it doesn't follow its own physics. Size differences are not accurate or consistent.
Ugh. The little rat children and the fucking cockroach people that Rebel Wilson eats.
And the whole plot of the film is that they introduce a cat, and then they sing a song about that cat. And then they go to the next cat. Like, one cat goes, I'm the pee-pee poo-poo cat. And they go, he's the pee-pee poo-poo cat.
I am the fat cat.
I'm the fat cat. It's fun to make fun of the fat cat if we hit it a bunch of times.
Yes. James Corden.
Fat people getting hit is funny.
Brilliant casting decision, Tom Hooper.
But you'll get mad at Fat Thor. But you'll laugh at fat cat.
James Corden.
Sup, you fucking fat losers. It's the fat cat.
I am the cat who rides on a train. Where did I come from?
I don't want to give cats any more time of day because... But here's why I'm going to give cats an E. Because this pisses me off because it's my same feelings why I hate video games.
DLC?
I don't like DLC. I don't like the sale of an unfinished product. They actually put out copies of this film and then redid copies and put them out. So people bought tickets for an unfinished film, technically. I hate that. That sets a horrifying, terrible precedent. And I will not stand by that. I do not buy DLC. I do not do pre-orders on video games because I will not buy an unfinished product. Never. You are a billion-dollar industry film. Start paying for the films you make and get the revenue after. Stop this before shit because you're only going to make bad films because of it. I hate that. You're not even
paying for DLC. You're paying for a patch.
I will give cats an F because I do not get paid DLC out of my fucking last save haven. Fuck that shit. That pisses me off. I hate that so fucking
cats.
much.
Sorry, Stina, but
sorry, Stina.
Fuck itself with its barbed little cat penis.
Yeah, even though I don't think even the Cats the Musical's that good. Stina's messaging me right now. She knows. She fucking knows we're talking shit about cats right now.
She does? Oh, does she
I'm
have
gonna message her back.
sense?
We're giving it an F. I'm sorry.
Is Bun hearing me right now and we're telling Stina?
Does Bun like it?
Look, Bun was horrified by the clips she saw, so I don't think it'll be watched.
But yeah, cats, I'm sorry. No, thank you for reminding me of DLC films. That is an F. I'd give that a Z. Stop that. That is terrible. Please don't do that. Next is Climax.
Okay. So from the lovely filmmaker, Frenchman, Gaspar Noé, comes his newest film, which is very simple. It's a bunch of dance studio students inside of a dance studio during a snowstorm.
You show me the trailer. If we want to talk about nauseating films, that trailer.
This movie is nauseating, very intentionally. That is what this guy likes to make.
There's only one film on this list where I feel like that works, like actually works. I'm not a fan of that, but I'm like, you know what? That works. Climax is not one of them.
You probably hate it. From people I know who have taken LSD, they say this is incredibly accurate to having like a horrible bad trip. It's essentially a bunch of people in a dance studio. They drink sangria, and it turns out somebody dosed it with LSD, a lot of LSD. So they're all locked inside this building together, starting to trip out.
This film could go so many ways. Like I can imagine the pitch meeting on this. Someone's like, "Oh, so it's a comedy."
No, this is a horror movie.
And then that way, like I said, it could go anywhere. And so basically, whoever bought the rights to this film, they go, okay, sure. What do you want it to be? Lionsgate would like to bid on a comedy. No. A24 would like to bid on a horror film. Sold.
I think
who produced this? God. Climax?
A24.
A24. Yeah, that's what I said. A24. What did I say? A24.
You just said Climax again.
I said A24, but like, who was buying the film? That's what I meant.
Well, yeah, it was just.
Who knows? We'll go back to it. I don't know. It's getting late. Right. I'm getting loose.
Yeah.
I'm getting.
And we just started.
And we're not even halfway.
We're still in the seas.
Holy shit, man! There's 3 pages of film here, and we're not even halfway through the first page. So Climax. I mean,
long story short, it's like technically it's incredible. There's like shit tons of like really, really, really long takes with like a lot of coordination by everybody all around, the cameraman, all the actors. Sophia Boutella is the main character.
Oh yes.
She's great. She's amazing.
She's great. But you know
All
what?
the
But you
acting's
know
really
what?
great.
She's the best in The Mummy in the Dark Universe.
I was.
Yo, I actually sat down and watched The Mummy for real. And you know
Mm-hmm.
what? If you wanna forced pause, there's this great guys. Turn off this podcast and watch Film Joy's channel with movies with Mikey. They have a
I watched
They
that.
have a show called it's not Joy Reel. Our show is Joy Reel. But they have a show where they have to watch a film and they can't say bad things about it. At least initially. And they had to watch The Mummy and not say a bad thing. And so I've been doing that challenge now where I'm trying to find bad films and watch it and be forced to be positive about it. The Mummy actually ain't half bad. It's actually not bad. But we're talking about a film that came out 2 years ago. I'm sorry. Climax.
Right. It's like I said, it's a nightmare. Like it's like it feels like you're
I don't know.
watching
It's
a
the
nightmare.
The trailer gave me a headache.
It'll make you nauseous and whatnot. But what I find interesting, and this is the last point I'll make, is like other directors with this, if you know, LSD is involved. Okay, we'll show like the hallucinations and whatnot. You don't see that. You don't see any like wavy scenery or
so you see their
color.
reaction to
You just
it.
see them reacting to shit, and
That's
it's like
once again, that could go any way. Like this film's just, it feels so conceptual on it. It seems like it was built on a premise and then they just went with it.
yeah, and like I said, it's like pitched like perfect execution on like a technical level, and I'm pretty sure Gaspar Noé achieved exactly what he wanted when he made me feel nauseous by the end of it.
So what are you gonna give this?
I can't give it like an S, obviously, because I can't watch it again. But it'll be like a low A or a high B for me.
I will give you the A. I will give you the A because I might need that favor later. Okay, so we'll give Climax an A. So next, Cold Pursuit.
The Underdog.
The Underdog. Cold
The
Pursuit,
Liam Neeson
a film
Underdog.
about character economy. Every character in this film, and a cast of what, 30 fucking people?
There's a lot of characters.
There's a lot of characters, and they're all valid, and they're all important.
Yeah,
This is a
they all have
film
an arc.
that, once again, is marketed like a deranged Fargo, but like, no.
Yeah, it's a Liam Neeson.
This
movie.
is more like, it's the first like 10 to 20 minutes is they're going to sell you on, oh, this is just your typical Liam Neeson revenge film.
Kind of typical. There's a little hints.
Yeah, and they do it on
little
purpose.
hints.
It starts off like that, but then it slowly starts becoming parody, and then it just becomes its own thing.
Yeah.
And it's such a wonderfully odd film.
Oh god,
It's
a
so
joy.
good. It is
it's like the biggest surprise when I went into theaters. I was just expecting like a dumb, like, oh, this will be dumb and violent and whatnot, and I was not expecting just to get so much out of it.
This is the movie we've rewatched the most on the JoyRide movie night server, right?
Yeah,
We've actually rewatched this because everyone enjoys it so much.
yeah.
It's brilliantly written.
goddamn
It's a
treat.
brilliant story with brilliant writing, brilliant characters, wonderfully shot. Everything is so enjoyable. It is such a crowd pleaser of a film. If you can get through the first 20 minutes. Because the first 20 minutes is because the first 20 minutes is this is your typical Liam Neeson revenge film, and you go, oh, I've seen this a million times before, and the film goes, yeah, but have you seen this?
Boom.
Boom! Throw that man through a fucking snow machine.
Yeah, well, yeah. But it's like you said, it starts off kind of typical, but at the same time, it really isn't because they're very. His character's really nuanced. Liam Neeson. It's not like typical Taken.
That's something we should say. Liam Neeson gets to play a nuanced character.
Yeah.
Not since what the Gray has he gotten this chance?
Yeah, The Gray or A Walk Among the Tombstones.
Yes.
Really.
It's been a long time coming for Liam, and it's Liam who fucking doomed this film because he had to open his fucking mouth on the red carpet. So those we're not gonna bring up that controversy because we are slaves to the algorithm. But Liam said a very dumb thing on the red carpet premiere of this film.
Yep.
And got everyone mad at him, and subsequently mad at the film, and so the film bombed because no one wanted to support Liam Neeson. And it is a shame because there are so many wonderful people who worked on this film and started it and co-starred. Do it for them. Rent this film, buy it, watch it for this group of people. There's so many wonderful indigenous actors in this film.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I loved it so much. One of the best lines. We're gonna spoil it right here.
Well, we're just gonna talk about
yeah,
this
because we love this film. It's one of my top of the year. We'll talk about that at the end. But and it might become one of my top of the decade. I said during the decade podcast that I need a couple of years to digest and stick with the film for it to really be a top of the decade. So I didn't put any 2019 films on there, but Cold Pursuit and one other on this list, I would definitely do that. But yeah, but there's a line. There's this basically what happens is that Liam Neeson's character goes on a revenge friggin' bender, and he subsequently, unfortunately, accidentally starts a gang war, a mafia war, and one of those mafias is this indigenous tribe.
Yes.
And that it's so cool. The building, the set design on them is so fucking great. Like you can just watch every frame and just all the characters interact and the way they do things and all the stuff that surrounds them. There's
like
story.
two separate
every
gangs.
frame is a story with this gang.
Yeah.
And there's this wholesome Indian tribe gang, and there's a part where they're setting up a stakeout, and they go to this casino resort, Indian casino resort. Yeah. And there's a part where they just walk in and they go, hey, we need a room. And the lady's not looking at them and goes, you need a reservation. And he goes, excuse me? You just told me and she goes, wait, what do you mean? And he goes, you told us Native Americans that we need a reservation. She goes, oh, and he goes, and this guy's, he's the mafia boss. And he goes, lady?
No, he's not even the boss. He's one of the henchmen.
Oh, he's one of the, I think he's one of the top.
Because the henchmen are awesome in this movie.
He's one of the lieutenants. He's one of the top henchmen, the lieutenants. And he goes, lady, you know what I could do to you? I have a Yelp account.
Do you know what I can do to you on Yelp?
It's so great. And there's the part, and so they scheme to get a free, like, all expense paid, wonderful vacation. So while Liam Neeson's killing people and this gang war's happening,
he doesn't even kill people anymore at this point. He kills like the 3 people at the beginning.
Yeah, and they all start killing each other.
And then no one else for the rest of the movie.
Yeah, and they start killing each other. And meanwhile, the indigenous tribe gang is having a fucking ski resort wholesome weekend. They're high-fiving and laughing, and there's charming music playing, and you're so happy for them.
Oh my god.
Because it's so sad because there's all that subtext about how shit was taken from them. They're having, and like things are so tough for them, but then they're just having a great time, and you're so proud of them.
It's just like the fact, like, oh, I'm so used to movies like this, and with like the henchmen, they're just nobody characters. You know, they're just there, like meat.
Yeah,
to get killed.
they're fodder. And this is a film where a lot of people die.
A lot of people die, but they all have
you
character.
Feel for it. You feel that loss.
The other gang it's great because like the main boss is like such a huge like dick, and he's kind of a bitch too.
Charismatically a dick. Like
he's really charismatically a dick.
This guy's a fucking cartoon villain, and I wouldn't say a cartoon villain. He's a comic book villain. This guy's
his first line to his kid. He's like, "You're getting bullied at school. Didn't you read the copy of Lord of the Flies that I gave you?"
He's more of a comic book villain than MCU villains are. I'm serious.
He's great, and it's funny because he treats his kid like such shit that even the henchmen are like,
and the kid,
we just wanted to give him a brownie.
And the villain's son is just a whole nother level of sociopathy. It's so great. And you're rooting for the kid. You want this kid to drive a tractor.
His ex-wife doesn't take like any shit from him.
Oh my god! Yeah,
he tries to punch her, and she ducks and just grabs his balls.
And she kicks the shit out of him, and it's great.
Beats the shit out of him.
They're delightfully rancid. You're like, yes, like they enjoy being evil, and they hate each other, and the husband and wife just love fighting. Everyone's fighting each other, and it's fucking great. Like you have this like wholesome Indian tribe group.
Secret gay couple in that.
Oh my god, there's a secret gay
and that
couple.
pays off at the end.
Oh, I want to watch this again. Oh
my god, do you want to do Booksmart and Cold Pursuit?
Maybe. But yeah.
Oh god.
That's.
I want to say one more thing.
Has Stina seen Cold Pursuit?
She has not yet. Oh wait, no, she has, but Freddie apparently talked over the whole thing. So
that's right. Because Freddie was there for that one. So we're gonna do that again. We are absolutely gonna do that again. Yeah. So guys, I think it's Cold Pursuit have our highest recommendation. It's the top S right now.
Probably. It's
highest
like
recommendation.
Highest.
It's such a fun film.
I do want to say one more thing. I want to talk a bit about Liam Neeson, like what he, because like, His shit's great too, because I'm used to him being like, oh, stoic badass guy. But here, like, he takes the death of his son in like such an interesting way, where before he has like a target, he's just like, I'm just gonna kill myself, essentially. And even when he does have people to kill, he's like so just stone faced about like losing his kid, and then his wife leaves him, played by Laura Dern. She just exits the movie.
Yeah, I remember that. That was.
She leaves him a note with nothing written on it. It's
yeah. And any other film, you'd say, okay, stop being a fucking we'll get to that. In Fabric's on this list, right?
Yeah.
Like move film decisions that want to be smarter than they actually are. This scene where Laura Dern's character leaves him a blank note and we never see her again. You would think it would be that kind of moment, but this film is so odd. It's so fitting.
Mm-hmm.
You're just like, oh yes, oh yeah, girl, you got him.
Yeah, he doesn't react. He doesn't seem to care
only there for
at
like
this
10
point.
minutes total.
Yeah. At the end of the movie, all these people die, and he just goes back to work. He's like, all right,
He just lives his life.
Keep working.
Like my wife's gone.
He bonds with the other guy who lost a kid in the movie.
Yeah, he bonds with the chief, man.
Yeah.
It's so good, and they arrive at sunset.
And then someone gets sucked in a snowblower.
Oh my god, yeah, but enough. We're spoiling way too much, guys.
Okay, yeah.
Audience,
Watch it,
you have
everybody.
if you haven't, you have to watch Cold Pursuit.
It's so good.
Next, Countdown.
Oh, God damn
What
it.
is this? I don't know.
Oh my god. I saw a fucking commercial for this movie about an app that kills you. It's like, oh, you download this app and it tells you how long you have until you die.
Are you fucking kidding me? Sticks
and,
Entertainment, fuck.
It's like, and if somebody like, oh, I had plans to go on this trip, but this countdown thing says I'm gonna die soon, so I'm not gonna go on that trip anymore.
They put my boy PG Byrne in this shit. They drag my
and
boy.
Tom Segura is in it.
Look how they massacred my boys.
Oh my god! But like, if you
wanna
avoid your
give this
death,
time of day.
you get killed by a ghost. And this app was programmed by a demon. It's a demon made an app to kill people, and that's the movie. It's really bad. No, well, actually, what makes it interesting though is they tie this B plot of like the main character getting sexually harassed at work by her boss, and then the boss tries to get her fired when she starts talking about it. And I'm like, what the fuck? What does this have to do with the rest of this dumb movie? It's like they try to force in this like message that really didn't lead to anything. At the end of the movie, they read an article on their phone. It's like, oh, he's in jail now. That's it.
I don't want to get. I'm sorry. I'm so I talk to you and Steven all the time about my feelings about the horror genre. Mm-hmm. And this is one of the things I just hate about the horror genre.
This movie's garbage.
How cheap and bottom line it is. This film.
It's an E.
This film, like I'm looking at it right now. It has a $6 million budget and it made over $40 million in the box office.
This stupid.
That's why I hate this genre, because it's such a bottom line.
And an app that kills you. That's so.
But
scary.
Thankfully, there are some horror films on this film that give me hope.
On this list,
but so Countdown, give it an E.
Yeah, it's an E. I saw this instead of Selfie Man, which is the other phone-based horror movie that came out.
So something a little more positive, though. I'm not sure how much we should give this time. Dragon Ball Super Broly.
Probably like a little bit. We talked about it last year.
We talked about this last year. It was one of my. I think I foolishly called it my number one film last year.
Yes, when the correct answer is Thunder Road, it was
Thunder Road. We botched that one, guys. Sorry.
We fucked that up. Sorry.
Thunder Road by Jim.
Go
Cummings.
watch Thunder Road, everybody.
Watch Thunder Road, everybody. Jim Cummings is an excellent writer, director, actor.
Yes, not Winnie the Pooh, a different Jim Cummings.
A very different Jim Cummings.
Yes.
An equally wonderful Jim Cummings.
Indeed.
But Dragon Ball Super Broly. If you want to know our thoughts on this, we talked about this last year. But what's to say? But I think it's important because there's a lot of anime films on this list this year, and I want to say that Dragon Ball Broly is the best of them still, because it has a lot to say. It has the unfair advantage of having 20 plus years of a franchise on its back, 30 plus years at this point on its back, and it gets to subvert and have fun with that and comment on that, and it has a lot to say. There's a lot going on. It's deeper than you realize. For me, because I had to watch this film over 20 times. I say I had to watch it. I gladly watched it over 20 times.
Right.
There's a lot going on in this film, and it's wonderful. it's more than you know. It's more than you realize, and that's so surprising from the Dragon Ball franchise. I very much appreciate this film, and we're not even talking about how fucking great looking it looks.
It looks really, really, really
It's really
good.
well done. So I give it an S tier.
Yes.
It's an S tier. It's only on this year's list because it came out in the U.S. this year. But
Yes,
I saw
year.
the Japanese first, and then I got the U.S. copy. So that's what happened. Dark Phoenix.
I ended up not watching it. Which,
You didn't even see it? Good, because
Nope.
one of the few films in my entire life where I had to walk out of the theater.
Damn.
This film is so boring. That's the greatest crime a film can ever commit. It's so boring. And the Fox Disney deal took all the fucking wins and all the stakes out of this. I mean, I'm not a conspiracy guy, except I am, and I will definitely say Disney absolutely sabotaged this in the marketing, in the release.
You think it'll be available on Disney Plus?
No, because who wants it? And I'm tired of the stop stifling the woman trope. This does it the absolute worst.
Oh my god, that's the one thing I did see. The fucking Jennifer
Phoenix.
Lawrence yelling at
Phoenix, you're fucking Jennifer.
The wheelchair bound.
They drag.
James
I think that's one of the reasons. It makes me sound like I'm a fucking misogynist or some shit. But my god, they dragged our boy Professor X through the fucking mud for no reason.
No reason.
No.
It's always up to the women to clean up after the men. You wheelchair bound.
You fucked. I'm glad you're paralyzed. I hope you shit yourself and die.
You got shot on the beach and I
X.
left you. Go fuck yourself.
She literally says, "Go fuck yourself." She calls him other F words. I won't.
She spits in his face and pushes him out of his
mouth. She
wheelchair.
opens his paralyzed mouth because he can't at this point. Spits in it and shakes his head. And
Knocks him
pushes
over.
off
She
the
says, "Get up,
wheelchair.
get up, you
and goes,
bitch."
"We should call the ex-women." And of course I cheered. Because I'm a feminazi through and through. So of course I cheered in the theater, and then I left because I was disgusted with myself. Oh my god, that film made me nauseated.
It's a good discussion.
There
for a
was
movie I
no
haven't
reason.
seen.
It was uncalled for. It was absolutely uncalled for. He did nothing wrong. They just did that because that's all that when that's your only ammo.
Right.
Is feminism.
Speaking of,
stop. Because even Captain Marvel couldn't do it. Captain Marvel didn't even attempt it. It really didn't. As much as it was marketed that way, it didn't even try. That's why I call it dishonest. It didn't even bother. Right. It wasn't feminism at all. Oh my god. And Dark Phoenix was like, we'll do that, but we're going to do it super wrong.
Then we're going to kill her.
We're going to fucking... I didn't even watch it, so I don't even know what happened. I don't know what happened.
I think she gets killed by Phoenix or whatever. She gets like impaled.
Oh, of course, I don't doubt that, because J-Law is so fucking done. Because between First Class and now, J-Law became super famous, and she didn't want to put the fucking blue paint on anymore. She was done ever since. Like, she gave her best in First Class and then stopped trying.
Yeah, basically.
Okay, next, The Death of Dick Long.
Okay.
The only thing I like about this film is the title. I'm sorry. I know you guys enjoyed it better, but...
I enjoyed it. The
Death of Dick Long.
It's the horse fucking movie.
Yeah, the big twist is this man died. Basically, it's predicated on a murder.
The twist is revealed like halfway through. What makes it hilarious is the characters' reactions to it after the fact.
Yeah, it's like a hick murder. It's like
Hillbilly Fargo essentially.
Yeah, Hillbilly. I don't think that's why I say no, because Fargo's far more entertaining. I'm sorry.
Fargo's a better movie by far,
that's
but
like
this has like a similar tone.
I don't want to drag Fargo in this, but yeah, it's a Hillbilly Fargo.
The
twist is that
the ending of the movie is like the hardest I've laughed in a movie all year. Because like
I couldn't join in
it's like all the characters reflecting on what happened. You see the doctor who discovered, the fact that it was like horse semen. Like he looks at a TV and the TV has like a commercial with horses in it, and he shudders like watching it. Oh my god! the one guy's wife is like traumatized by Arby's now. And it ends with his friend, who is completely comfortable with the fact that he screws horses, unlike his other friend, playing a Nickelback song. And the ending is worth it, I feel.
Okay. Want to give this a high fun. B?
No, not even. Like, it's a high C.
High C. Okay, so you agree with me. I was being nice. All right. Mm-hmm. I absolutely agree with a high C here. It has its merits, but it just didn't get me. It didn't grab me. Next on the list, Detective Pikachu.
Boring.
So boring. Brilliant production design. Some of the best production design this year. but nothing to do in it.
I enjoyed it when our main character gassed the Ditto to death, and absolutely the stupidest villain plot I've seen in a movie in forever. I want to combine people with their Pokemon.
I'm a fucking furry.
It'll be hot. It'll be two of them in the same body.
It's gonna be so hot. But, Detective Pikachu, brilliant. And I got you. Have to reward the choice of not doing the cut and paste red Pokemon trainer story. They actually took the concept and did it in world peace.
Yeah.
I really appreciate that. It's just a shame that the story that they did was so fucking boring.
Yeah. And whoever the actress was who played the sidekick lady, she was bad.
Yeah. This
bad.
movie was really... The production design, like all the money was spent on buying the license to Pokemon, and everything was cheap.
Yeah,
except for Ryan Reynolds, because he was the producer. Because he was the producer, so he produced the film and then put himself in it. That's what happened.
Okay.
Also, best marketing where he quote unquote leaked the film.
Oh yeah, that
Pikachu.
thing.
That was great. Ryan Reynolds. If you can get Ryan Reynolds on your production team, like you got it made.
Yeah, despite how much you hate Six Underground, Ryan Reynolds made a good commercial for it.
He did. That's why I watched it. Let's go to Ryan Reynolds commercial. The man is inspired. He's an inspired marketeer, and I really appreciate Ryan Reynolds. I want to say low B on Detective Pikachu, but
a B? No, that's way too high.
High C. I will accept high C on Detective Pikachu.
I do not see it on the same level.
It's wonderfully crafted, but it's just so boring.
Okay.
It's all in the writing is the problem.
Okay.
Okay, next.
He makes a skin face lampshade joke. That's fine. That's
Ryan Reynolds improving.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the writers. Dolomite is my name.
Eddie Murphy.
I was about to say, because I talked about I compared this to the Disaster Artist.
It's more comparable to Ed Wood. Really.
Yeah, but I liked about because I liked how my name is. I was like, Dolomite's my name is more communal. I think that the Disaster Artist is more egotistic. I feel like the Dolomite is more communal, and it's considering the subject matter. To those who don't know, Dolomite is based on the titular character is based on the same director who made all these crazy blaxploitation films.
Rudy Ray Moore.
Rudy Ray Moore, the father of hip hop, and he made these action films starring himself, and they're fucking
Petey
nuts.
Wheatstraw.
Petey Wheatstraw. We watched that beforehand too in preparation.
It's nuts. And it's referenced in this movie with like one line, which is fun.
Yeah, it's so fucking fun. And his films are fun. And this is a very fun, wholesome film about films that have very graphic fucking subject matter.
Mm-hmm.
And it's wonderful. And I give this film a solid A because it's great to see Eddie Murphy giving a fuck again.
It's great to see Eddie Murphy try. Wesley Snipes was great.
Wesley Snipes was awesome.
He was awesome, yeah.
I said this entire film is fucking great and wholesome, and I was like this is one of the best films about making a film I've ever seen. Until we get to something lower on the list. Spoilers. There's something we saw that's fucking even more wholesome, even more amazing.
Right. It's definitely a really good feel-good movie. Yeah. If you want that.
But Dolomite, my name is on Netflix, and it's one of those feel-good films. I highly recommend it.
Yes.
Dora and the Lost City of Gold.
Oh yeah.
How did I not see this? This is something up my alley.
This movie surprised me. I watched it very drunk.
Well, that explains a lot.
Well, hey, I remember everything about it because it was like memorable. Oh God, where to start? It basically, it's a live action adaptation of Dora, except the guys who, I guess they see how funny the character is in concept. So Dora is portrayed like a fucking psychopath when she's taken out of the jungle and dropped in a regular high school situation, like world for very briefly, and then they go back to the jungle. But like, God, it's a trip. It's surprisingly a trip. A lot of it's really dumb and some of it's poorly executed. But I had a good time overall. And Antonio Banderas. No, not Antonio Banderas.
No, it was
Danny Trejo,
Danny Trejo.
Voices Boots for one scene. They inhale hallucinogenic mushrooms and start seeing themselves as animated. It's interesting.
Like did they actually try?
Yeah, they actually tried.
And
they made something
that's what I
entertaining.
appreciate. I don't understand how I did not see this film because I think it got swept up in the spring summer deluge.
I would sooner watch this over Avengers Endgame.
Okay, calm down now.
I have it ranked pretty high.
But now you got me a little bit more interested. But so what do you want to call Door to the Lost City Gold? A low B?
Oh, God. Well, your ranking boosted Avengers from C to B, so I would give it a high C, really.
High C.
Yeah.
Okay. Dragged
yay,
across concrete.
Me likey.
I know this is your fucking film, so
This is another Mandy situation.
Sell it to the audience.
So this director / writer, because he writes books too, S. Craig Zoller, he does modern day grindhouse movies, and this is his third movie. His previous two being Bone Tomahawk and Brawl in Cell Block 99. This one is probably his most grounded movie, despite having a couple of cartoony
that
scenes.
That is what I like best about it, and it's also my biggest complaint. Because he's a grindhouse, he's a very genre grindhouse director. He makes a very grounded film here. I really like it. But then there's a moment in the fucking middle where he completely flips the fucking genre and the tone, and you just get fucking whiplash.
It's so brief though, and it ends with a woman getting her head blown off horribly.
It takes
not for me. For me, it doesn't, because I like his other stuff.
These films are about these two disgraced detectives.
Yes, well, it's not just about them. It's like them. It's about a man who recently got released from prison.
Yeah, played by Vince Vaughn and freaking
Mel Gibson.
Which is already gonna be very problematic for a lot of people, and that's another thing.
But like
too.
the
These
movie
films,
is about like
man,
very specific.
You could call it conservative propaganda, and you could be correct.
You could be, but I don't think he's that. He's just writing characters who are that, and I think he makes that very clear that these aren't like these aren't my beliefs. I'm just writing
the other ones
characters.
are definitely a parody of this one. It's almost too honest, and it gets a little bit uncomfortable. Especially,
I like it for getting uncomfortable. Really, it's like, oh shit, he went there.
Yeah, but these are very new. See, these are not gonna be everyone's cup of tea. But I really appreciate how grounded this was compared to his other work.
Yeah.
But that moment where it's just like it's about these disgraced detectives, and they stake out this fucking heist that's about to happen, and they get involved in it, and it just turns into a fucking shootout. But it's a solid film, but it just has. I don't want to spoil it because it's definitely worth watching.
Mm-hmm. I just love the way he writes characters though, like
because unlike most blockbusters, he actually writes characters.
He actually writes it like especially Mel Gibson's character. He's very just dry about like everything.
Like this shit is hard boiled twice over.
Yeah. Like one of my favorite bits is when he's at that suit shop looking for the guy so he can get like a hint on any dealers he can rob. And he looks at a suit. He's like, "How much does this cost?" And she's like, "What, $5,000?" He says, "Is it bulletproof?"
It's very well written. It's good. I definitely recommend it to people. But it's no Cold Pursuit, not by a long shot.
No, it's a very different type of movie.
Yeah. I say high A, but do you want to sell it?
I want to give it an S. I will
concede an S.
This is like a movie tailor-made for me.
Yep, I will concede the S because I think amongst all the films this year, it's definitely up there objectively.
Yeah.
Because it's really good with between its two Mel Gibson and Vince Vaughn's characters, it's good there. Everybody else.
No, I like the Black Dynamite's in this. He's one of the getaway drivers.
Black Dynamite. You're right. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's the one who gets who had to get disemboweled.
I got confused. I got Dynamite confused with Dolomite, even though that one's a parody of the other. Yeah.
No, but once again, like the guys who are like playing the getaway drivers, like they're also criminals, but the real antagonists of the movies are like they are fucking monsters.
Yeah, see, he's really good. They bug me because this guy's he's Deadpool without the witty banter.
No, which is why I like it. Though.
I don't like it. It's so fucking rare.
There are other over-the-top bad guys who are really like shouty and yelling. The three like
this
main
guy,
antagonists of this movie
he doesn't have to
like,
shout because he's always shooting shit. The gun shouts for him.
Basically,
I can't take it.
It's like darkly humorous and whatnot. But
I didn't even find humor. I was just
it.
annoyed by him. But yeah,
I liked them.
But overall, I call it a high A, but I can concede the high S, the low S.
Okay. Okay, that's fair.
Next, Dumbo.
Okay, so well, you said Aladdin. They tried and made it its own thing. I'd say Tim Burton did a good job making this his own thing. I was still mostly bored by it, but it definitely, there's more story in this one than in the original.
I mean, they
there's
got freaking Colin Farrell and Danny DeVito in there. I feel like I should have saw
and Michael
this.
Keaton as like
oh
the
my
bad
god,
guy.
I should have saw this.
Yeah, it's on Disney Plus. You have Disney Plus.
I don't have Disney Plus.
It's not my.
Soon,
I'm not paying for it.
But I'm Robin Hooding it right now.
Right, but yeah, it's a Tim Burton movie. But
that's why I didn't see it.
Yeah,
I'm tired. I'm just tired of that. What do you want to call it? A
basically.
C?
No, it's a D.
Oh, it's a D for Dumbo. Cute.
Yeah.
El Camino.
I didn't watch it.
It's on Netflix. It's the epilogue to Breaking Bad. People are gonna butcher me for this, but it's just okay. It's a C. It's okay. It's not doing anything wrong, but it's not doing anything right either. It's just like, oh, where's Jesse now? I kind of liked. I felt like it was more appropriate for Jesse to drive off into the sunset laughing. I like that end for Jesse. This is like The Irishman, but less good for Jesse. Oh. It's just a slow, depressing ending.
Okay.
I don't know. It's just it's okay. I'm just mad because I had to wait. I had the next season of Better Call Saul be delayed for this.
Right.
I want Better Call Saul, which is coming back very soon.
Yes, that's a great show.
Yeah, that's why I'm really pissy about it. It's just okay. It's not a crime, but it's like I felt the Breaking Bad finale was perfect. We didn't need to revisit this. You're just milking it. Next, is this another Netflix one? Extremely Wicked, Shockingly Evil, and Vile.
Yeah, I think this is another one Stina likes. Stina
really likes Bad Boys.
Yeah. Bad Boys like Ted Bundy, which I guess that fits what he actually was.
Criminals.
Yeah.
Stina murderers. Canonically, Stina loves murderers.
I mean, I can't say I don't like murderers, but like, Jesus Christ, it's like Catch Me If You Can.
That's why it's funny.
With Catch Me If You Can, if Leonardo DiCaprio was Ted Bundy.
That's cool.
And not really.
No, it's not. Oh.
No. I feel like they fucking wasted Zac Efron's casting. He did great. It's great casting to put him as Ted Bundy, but like it just felt like a wasted potential, like the whole movie, really.
I'm gonna call this a
and
C
they
as well.
went for like the shocking ending.
This is a jobber.
Yeah. I would have preferred like a David Fincher type of film. You
know what? Oh, we all would. Written by Andy
obviously,
written
no,
by
it's
Andy
not. It's
Sorkin.
definitely not.
You just want to watch The Social Network again.
Right,
apparently, Andy Sorkin's writing and directing something this year.
Oh, David Fincher's doing something. He's doing like a movie about the making of. Oh God, what's the most famous movie ever made? God, Rosebud. God damn it,
Rosebud the film.
Yeah.
I'm not even gonna entertain this.
Don't not entertain.
Not because I didn't forget either, because I'm a delusional old man.
Fuck! No, this is horrible.
You mean 6 Underground?
Yeah, 6 Underground. And it's a D, by the way, not a C.
It's a D? Okay.
Yeah.
I think you're just harsh.
I might be a little hard. Or maybe my ratings is a bit different.
Okay, next.
Yeah,
The Fanatic.
The best movie.
Why do I want to give The Fanatic a B, host?
Hey, I was very entertained by this movie.
Yeah, exactly. Because sometimes a film to succeed, I think I said the greatest crime is a film is boring, and the best thing a film can do is succeed in its intention. Unless it's a bottom line horror film.
But it was entertaining.
I'm talking about narrative intention. I'm talking about artistic intention, not financial intention.
Okay.
In The Fanatic, as I described it while we watched it during movie night, a bad idea that's well executed. There's good ideas that are poorly executed, and then there's bad ideas that are well executed.
That's a perfect way to describe it. This is a well executed
bad idea.
John Travolta gives the performance of his career.
I unironically think he did an amazing job. I think with what he was given, I feel like he really went for it.
Yeah, he went for it, and some of those lines
better
of dialogue
than Simple
come
Jack.
Up. Well, yeah, better than Simple Jack.
The Fanatic. We're burying the lead. Directed by Fred Durst of Limp Bizkit.
Directed by Fred Durst. Yeah.
And there's literally a scene where father and son are driving a car. He goes, "Yo, ever listen to Limp Bizkit?
You want to listen to some Limp Bizkit?
This is the shit.
You like that biscuit?
You like that fucking biscuit?
Oh yeah, this shit's my jam."
The Fanatic is seen to be believed. I don't think we can do it justice by describing it, but it's about John Travolta going full retard.
Go to your local Blockbuster.
Go to your local Redbox.
Your Best Buy. You can find it on Blu-ray and Best Buy, and the person at the register will laugh at you. Oh yeah, it is Redbox. Oh god. What the fuck?
God.
He did this movie with Redbox, and last year he did Gotti with Movie Pass, which is now dead. Oh god, Gotti. John Travolta, what happened to you?
I mean, it was a thoroughly entertaining film. It's seen to be believed.
Yeah.
Next.
For your consideration.
For your consideration. No, I'm serious. For your consideration, Oscars, The Fanatic.
No, John Travolta made that video. It's a real thing.
Is it?
Yeah.
Fuck. I don't want to see it. Because I'll fall in love. Next. I can't believe I could not get a hold of a copy of this. Right. The Farewell.
I saw this because movie night didn't really go as planned, so I was like, fuck it, what haven't I seen? The Farewell, let's watch it. And it was really good. It was really good. Very emotional. It's a story of what was it, like, just like Chinese tradition. So this lady, she gets information that her grandmother is gonna die, so she goes back to China to, like, you know, spend some time with her before she passes. But nobody's telling the grandmother that she's got cancer or, like, something that's going to kill her. Like, they just don't tell her. Because, like, that's a tradition or something. Okay. And so she's dealing with, like, the morality of that. While they're also going out of the way to just hide her medical condition from her.
Well, that's kind of difficult.
They're also hiding, like, how the true purpose of why they're there. They're gathered there pretending that the family's getting married.
Host.
What's up?
Something recently in China. I feel like this film is a Nostradamus, a herald, an unintentional metaphor for something happening in China right now.
Oh yeah.
Oh man.
Oh, China. Can't wait to see Mulan.
Oh my god. Shit. Don't remind me. Oh, I can't wait for my Chinese approved Mulan. And they said the original Mulan was racist.
Right. I support my fellow citizens getting their asses fucking pounded.
Torn apart by the police. Also, Mushu, a black dragon? Not in my China. Before the algorithm kicks our ass. The Farewell, we need to rank it.
It's like a low hay, high B.
High B.
Low A, high B. Yeah.
Next.
We'll do high B.
Ford v Ferrari. I know
you like this movie a lot more than me.
Man, they don't make films like this. They don't make films like this anymore. This film's got good structure. This is one of those films where I say it has a higher butt clenching index than 1917.
Really? This one?
And again, you saw this on. Did you rent it?
Yes.
I saw this in theaters on the fucking big screen. This film was meant to be seen on the big screen.
Probably, yeah. I'm assuming that's what happened. It was out of my theater by the time I got around to watching it, so I had to.
And I have a bias. Like, you have a bias for Dragon House Concrete. I very much have a bias for these kind of period pieces. I like that Cold War era where, like, the war is over and now all we can do is build things and compete with each other.
Right.
And I like how we get this freaking wooden frame that looks like a spaceship and turns into one of the most iconic Ford vehicles in the world, in history, in motors history. This car is a character in this film.
Yeah, I liked all the car stuff.
I love and freaking Christian Bale going nuts.
Yeah,
he wants that Oscar badly.
He won't get it.
No, he won't. But he wanted it.
He gave college try.
He gave it his Oscar best. But that will be the Joker.
Yeah, and he won last year anyway.
Yeah,
for fucking Dick Cheney.
Freaking selfish motherfucker.
Fucking Vice.
I was higher on that than you were. But that's last year. Yeah, I will concede a high. I call it an S, but I will concede high A objectively.
I will let you have this
it's a
for
long
getting me
film. I
dragged
understand.
across concrete.
No, it's an A because it's still a long film. I know it's tough on people. And
that
I'm
was
just
my
a
biggest
toxic male,
complaint.
and I like my big, loud vehicles.
It did not need to be 2.5 hours long.
I really enjoyed Far From. My favorite scene is when he drives. That scene really got me. Where he does the test drive with the
Oh, the guy,
the
CEO
old guy? Of Ford.
Yeah, that.
And he freaking cries, and I'm sorry, that film got to me. That moment really got to me. It's simultaneously hilarious and fucking gut wrenching. Mm-hmm. That moment, it's comedy and drama. It's just good drama. It's dramedy at its finest. It's the perfect balance. It's comedy and drama at the same time. I love it so much.
Right. I'm not gonna burst your bubble.
Yeah, I'm sorry. and it's directed by James Mangold, and
I like James Mangold.
And it's such a cleanly directed, clean frames.
Yeah,
looks great. And it's got Matt Damon in it. We've known as we mentioned in the decade, there seems to be a trend. Statistically, I'm going to really love the film if Matt Damon's in it. Next on the list, Frankenstein's Monster Frankenstein. What is this?
It was a little Netflix thing. It was like a mockumentary / it's like a mock. You know David Harbour, aka the new Hellboy. He's going to be in the new Black Widow movie as Russian Captain America.
Yeah.
Stranger Things guy. Yeah.
I didn't watch Hellboy this year.
I didn't either.
And that's telling.
I couldn't bring myself to watch it. But anyway.
Sorry, I didn't see Guillermo del Toro's name on there.
This is like a mockumentary where he's playing himself, reviewing old footage of his ancestor, who is also played by him, making a weird short horror movie. And it's bizarre. It's kind of funny and interesting. It's like a C. It's a short thing on Netflix.
Netflix been buying up all these short films.
Mm-hmm.
To varying successes.
I don't have much more to say about it.
Frozen 2.
I didn't watch it.
You didn't watch it? I watched it.
I really didn't care to.
And I'm very happy that it's getting the treatment it deserves, and that is
nothing.
The cold shoulder.
Lol.
This film is a solid C. It's not bad. This is not a bad film, but this is clearly a cash-in.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't, but it tries. It tries. Everyone, I don't want to undermine the people who worked on this. Everyone put their best. This film looks great. People did the best work they do. The performances are great. The music, Into the Unknown, the chart banger of this one, is vastly better than Let It Go.
Let It Go. Thank Christ.
Thematically, narratively, Into the Unknown is great. People are writing essays about this fucking song.
Did you see Sora, Donald, and Goofy in the background?
I did.
It was pretty cool.
Freddie wouldn't let me hear the end of it.
Sora was like, "Look,
we saw it together. It was a date movie." But yeah, it's a solid film, but it's not exceptional like the first. People confuse the phenomenon with hatred, and I'm one of those guys. I'm one of those apologists for Frozen. I think Frozen is a great film, but Frozen 2 is not. It's just okay. It undermines a lot of itself, but it does a lot of fun things with its characters and the music. As I said, Into the Unknown is far superior, and Lost in the Woods is a fucking banger. Lost in the Woods is fucking
how's the little snowman goblin?
Little Snowman, his song's not as good as I don't know the name of his songs, but his song in the first film is better than this. Is his token song in the second.
Oh,
but it has a twisted charm to it. That second song. It's about understanding things when he's older, about how fucked up lights. He literally says he drops a bunch of F-bombs, which is a very bold decision. He's like, man, life's fucked up, but I'll understand it when I'm older. That's literally what the song's about, and I actually thought that was kind of funny. But overall, it's not. They don't know that they're like this film right from the very beginning is stretching itself thin, and the audience can feel it, and that's why it's somehow magically didn't get an Oscar nom.
Yeah, thank God.
I couldn't.
Unlike the Golden Globes, that shit show.
The Golden Globes was a shit show.
Right.
Next on the list, Fire. Is this the one on Netflix?
Yes, this is
This
a Netflix
film is a
one.
fucking trip.
Yeah,
this is
right?
the documentary about the Fire Festival. I could not believe it. These people actually filmed themselves doing this.
It's fucking crazy.
They basically
There's so much footage.
Netflix got the rights to the fire. Everyone heard about the Fire Festival fiasco? This was a couple years ago, where there was a music festival on a private island that was a fucking disaster, and people are trapped on the island, and it was fucked. The people who set up this actually filmed themselves doing it, and they didn't just film themselves like here and there. It was like 24-hour fucking surveillance.
So much footage. So much incriminating footage.
So much like perfectly framed like cinema footage, like cinematic footage.
Yeah.
Oh my god. And Netflix said, we will pay the highest dollar for that. And it was worth every penny. This film is a trip. It's on Netflix. Watch it now.
Yeah, the same guys who made American Movie, that really
One
great documentary.
of the
These are
most
great documentaries.
entertaining documentaries I've ever fucking seen. But if you're a documentary snob, I mean, it's not an important thing to talk about. I mean, though it is, because he really fucked over the people of Bahamas.
No, yeah.
But that's such a
the guy's
footnote.
a
But they
monster.
treat that like a footnote. This film more enjoys the spectacle of watching someone fuck up greatly, who deserves
He's
it.
He's like a Jordan Belfort like motherfucker.
No, he's
This
not.
guy.
Jordan Belfort's
not
charismatic.
Jordan Belfort.
He's got
charisma. Yeah, this
This
dude
guy
is,
has charisma until he doesn't.
that's
You
that's
feel
better.
bad for Jordan, even though you shouldn't. You feel bad for Jordan at the end. In this
Mm-hmm.
one, you don't feel bad for this guy. You're like, they unload at the very last 10 minutes. They're like, oh, this guy was a piece of shit. You're like, oh, and that's why
After this
I'm giving it an
fiasco,
A
he
and
was-
not an S, because it's not perfection. It's
No,
it's a roller coaster.
sensational.
This is like
Yeah.
it's a really good one-time ride roller coaster.
And it's like that documentary series on Netflix, the Don't Fuck with Cats.
Oh
thing
yeah,
that came out.
I watched this. I watched the Aaron Rodgers documentary series, which was something else. Some things to appreciate about that, and some things a bit controversial. But that's this year, and that's still not a film. That's a series. So we won't talk about. But The Fire is a film. It's like what? I think less than 2 hours, maybe just a solid hour and a half.
It's even if it is long, it doesn't feel long.
It doesn't
It's
feel.
a
You enjoy
fucking
every
trip.
second.
It's really well paced.
Every second is a thrill.
Yeah.
It's one of the most entertaining. It's not the best, but it's one of the most entertaining
Entertainment's
documentaries.
through the roof. Yeah.
Next on the list, Gemini Man.
Oh yo, Will Smith, my boy, ×2.
Ha ha ha! Miami.
This movie's dumb.
I didn't even bother seeing it, man.
It's what was it? Ang Lee, this dude who used to make like
Ang
really
Lee,
good movies.
1,000 frames per second.
1,000 frames per second, and no theater in the world can play this movie.
They can't handle it.
They can't handle.
They'll have to
its
get the
power.
DLC update to handle the frames.
We
Get a
can't
more
handle
powerful
2
theater.
Will Smiths.
Just buy a new theater system.
It's like weird because there's like some well-filmed action, and some of it's dull, and the script is terrible. But
I don't doubt that this film tried. It's Ang Lee.
It's because you see some clear effort in some parts, and then other parts it's
I
kind of
cannot deny
dull.
the effort of Ang Lee, but the man is hit and miss in his vision.
It's mostly miss, but there is some like genuine entertainment to be found here. The ending is the cheesiest dumb shit like ever.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh my god, this is like Saved by the Bell.
Okay, but now I'm at the point now where we're not even halfway through this list. So like, is it good or not? Like, what are we giving this?
D.
Okay. Because if you're thinking that, let's not give these films too much time, because holy shit.
Yeah, if they're not worth
because there's
discussing,
films
right?
that deserve more. I know we talk all about the discourse, but there's some bad and good films that deserve more discourse than these throwaways.
True.
Godzilla King of the Monsters.
Didn't watch it.
One of the most
I love
disappointing
Mothra, though.
films. People were like, oh my god, this is so cool.
Love Mothra.
You're a fucking hater if you don't like it.
Haven't seen it.
The amount of time that there's actual monster fights is still not much different than the first Godzilla. The Gareth Edwards Godzilla has a masterful slow burn to it. It builds suspense, and I like the style of it, and I like how Godzilla is treated in that one. This one is so fucking brainless, and it's also problematic how it treats one of its characters. Probably the only charismatic character on the one that oh, I don't want to butcher his name. so I won't say it out loud until I look it up. And I already feel bad for forgetting his name. Why is he not on the top bill? That pisses me off already, so I can forgive myself. He was in Detective Pikachu. Help me out here.
Ryan Reynolds?
No! Stop! You're making it worse. Why is he not on starring bill here?
Is it the
Ken Watanabe?
Oh, he was in Detective Pikachu?
Yes, he was the chief. He was the police chief. He had a snubble.
Oh my god, that's right.
He is Warner Brothers' go-to Japanese man. And here, that's how he's treated. It's so unfortunate because he's the only charismatic character in this franchise. And like all the best things of the Godzilla franchise currently, they kill them off.
Oh.
In this one, he does it by activating an atomic bomb. And he smiles while he does it, even though he's Japanese. And his whole character is the fact that he's the product, a shadow of the atomic age. His family's impacted by it. And he goes, nah, Godzilla, I'm going to feed you a fucking atomic nuke. I'm going to nuke it. I'm going to smile about it. It's
irony.
It's fucked. This film is a low C because it tries to be better. There's some cool, the soundtrack's great. Barry McCreary, okay. The score is fucking amazing. It goes ham. And the monster designs are great. There's a lot of good things, but there's more bad things. And the film's boring, and it wants to be Shield, and it's trying to build stop trying to build franchises, and if you can't do it. They're trying to build a franchise out of monsters fighting. And once again, this film keeps burying King Kong's hole. King Kong can't compete with Godzilla, I'm sorry. First, they try to make it a size thing, but Godzilla has like a million new powers in this film. It's just becoming impossible. I just don't... you're trying to build a franchise. You're trying to get this film. But you know why King Kong vs. Godzilla is going to be great?
Oh, because it's your favorite director.
It's my favorite director.
Adam Wingard.
Adam Wingard.
Adam Wingardium Leviosa. The
director of Death Note on Netflix, which is an unironically great film. I'm sorry. Next,
Light should have bowled grenades into a diner.
Yes, that's The Guest, which is actually a great, unironically great film.
Yeah.
So the only reason I have hope for the Godzilla franchise is because Adam Wingard directs the next one.
Okay, yeah, some hope.
The trailer that keeps leaking out, and they keep trying to hide.
Oh.
It cannot be contained. It wants to come out. The Haunting of Sharon Tate.
Yeah, this is my least favorite movie of the year.
I know we're automatically giving it E because this is a problematic film.
This is a problematic movie. It's the anti Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Stop trying to make franchises out of things that definitely should not be franchises.
Quentin Tarantino, he paid respects to Sharon Tate and her family. You know, gave him a very, bittersweet. It's like a happy ending for them.
It's a bittersweet but also very charming and loving film, which is very out of character for Tarantino.
This movie,
which goes to show what respect he gives.
Yeah. Even like the family was appreciative. Sharon Tate's sister was not happy with this movie, and the director is confused why that is. Basically, he turned The Last Days of Her Life into a paranormal slasher movie. And a shitty paranormal slasher movie to boot. It is. So, while in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, the Manson killers are portrayed as like fucking buffoons, here, Ted is like Jason Voorhees, and the two girls are like the girls from The Shining, like chanting together at the same time. It's disgusting and just poorly made. And it's not even the worst thing he made, because this year, he pulled the same shit with Nicole Brown Simpson, and it's even worse. And I'm fucking
like I said,
appalled.
he's trying to make a franchise out of it. And,
because he like connects it with like Charlie. Like he like I think he's trying to assume that one of the characters in Nicole Brown Simpson movie was like possessed by Charles Manson or something. That's not even a joke.
So yeah,
let's lighten the mood.
Let's continue the energy with Hobbs and Shaw, aka Erectile Dysfunction, the movie.
Yeah.
This film is a lot of attempts at snappy comebacks. That's the dialogue. It's two old guys insulting each other, and the writer and the dialogue is so uncharismatic. It's supposed to be funny, but it's not.
What this movie? This
is unfortunate. It's at its best when it's actually being Fast and Furious, when the cars start doing shit.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's trying to turn to superhero shit, and it's just not good.
And then Ryan Reynolds made a cameo.
And he's trying his damnedest. Poor Ryan Reynolds is trying his fucking best.
Oh my god.
But the best cameo, which my heart skipped a beat, was when
Kevin Hart.
When Kevin Hart rolls out of the airport. Like literally my heart jumped. I was so happy. It was so funny. I mean, it wasn't funny. It was bad dialogue. But it was
bad dialogue.
It was just so funny to see a little tiny Kevin Hart roll into the airport in the airplane and he's like, "Foo, like, ha, sucker, I am a airplane detective or whatever." Like, it was good. But this film's not good. It's a low C.
The new trailer for the Fast and Furious 9 is better than this entire movie.
Isn't that unfortunate?
It's something. Jesus Christ.
But like I said, the car, like when they're in Guam, and the cars are like chaining each other, that was really fun. That was really cool.
But like,
I was like smiling. I was grinning. That was fun. But otherwise, this film is very depressing.
Yeah, it's from the director of Atomic Blonde?
Yeah, and Deadpool it's like, and you can see it in the in the beginning, but then it just kind of unspools.
Yeah, it's depressing.
It's depressing. It leaves a bad taste in your mouth for a franchise that's at least entertaining, and this was not very entertaining. Next, How to Train Your Dragon 3.
Didn't watch it.
Nope. Doc is gonna hate us, but it's a low C for me. It's cool. The boy and his, like, they talk about it's the boy and his dog franchise, and this is like the most obvious, like, the first 5 minutes happen, and you know beat for beat where this film's going, and there's just no surprises.
Sweet.
It does some fun things with its characters. It tries, but the film is so predictable. And it wraps it's a very neat wrap up. It was a necessary film. It's not a cash grab like Frozen. It's not spreading itself too thin like Frozen 2. Mm-hmm. But it's just so wildly predictable. They played it so safe in the first two films of the franchise that were so daring. Despite how predictable the concept was, this one was predictable concept, predictable final story. And I couldn't jive with it.
That's a shame.
But let's not take away from the fact that it is beautiful. The animators did a brilliant job. And the performances are also great because the characters got to do great things. But
I will trust your opinion.
But the story and the dialogue, it's predictable and boring. I Am Mother. This is another Netflix one, right?
Yes. Let's just give it a C. It's like an interesting sci-fi concept, but it didn't really hold my interest too much. Some cool visuals and acting. Not much else to say about it.
All right, we have a lot of C's, but that's why it's average, right?
Yep.
I Lost My Body.
Okay, this is my favorite animated movie of the year.
Is it? Okay.
Yes, I adore this movie.
You did. You spoke very highly, and we watched it, and yeah, it's very good. I made a joke. So the premise of this film is that it starts on a severed hand, a severed hand, and it's animated, and you follow its journey back to its owner. And through that, you kind of get flashbacks to this hand's life, the person attached to it, and how he ended up losing his hand.
Yeah.
And it's a French film, too, that we should also cap that
Yes. French movie. It's beautifully animated, it's beautifully but like what really stands out is the sound design.
Yes. It's great sound design.
Incredible sound design, and my favorite soundtrack. Or score of the year. I love the score to this. I love the score to this movie. Yeah.
Yep.
I think it's fucking brilliant.
Yeah. I think this is a well done, beautiful film. It's not my favorite, but man, it's something else. And if you want to give it the S, I will also give it the S.
Yes, I'll give it the S.
Because conceptually, what it has to speak about, it's so great. But I made a joke that kind of unsettled we watched it in the movie chat, and I kind of unfortunately undone the film for everybody. Because I said, I think Animaniacs did it better, and everyone started fucking laughing. And we just couldn't save the film for everyone after that. I'm like, I kind of ruined it for the non-artures.
If you guys are fans of that stupid rat meme, there's a scene with rats in this movie that's pretty
yes!
intense.
We love the rats.
That scene's actually pretty harrowing.
But yeah, no, it's a very wonderful film. I'm glad.
It's not like kid animated either. This is
this is an adult film. This is an adult animated
This is an adult movie.
Yeah.
Which this is the type of adult animation I like mature shit.
It's bold, it's unique, and it needs more attention. And I'm glad the Oscars are giving it that much.
Yes. I hope it wins. It won't, but fingers crossed.
In Fabric.
Fuck.
E.
Yeah.
We talked about this, that very specific Italian subgenre of film that I know
Giallo.
you try to like so much, and I just can't.
I tried to get into it, and I just don't like it.
I can't. Watch Hausu instead, the 1970 Japanese horror film brilliant. Hausu.
Yes. It's like this director clearly watched Suspiria and original Suspiria and other classic Dario Argento films. He's like, I want to do that. And then he made In Fabric, and it was nothing.
In Fabric is
so
it's just trying
incomprehensible and bad, and we didn't give a shit so much that it took us fucking 20 minutes to realize that our main character had died halfway through it, and we were just following a new character.
We only got interested at one point where someone ate a badge, but even that wasn't that funny.
Yeah, it was like... It tried to do... God.
Once again, because we referenced this, we were talking about Cold Pursuit. There's a great way to do quirky, and this in Fabric's not.
This is not
because there's effortless in Cold Pursuit's part because there's a knowledge of it, how to do it. In Fabric is try hard. This film is so
try hard. Every time the one character talks about washing machines and everybody goes cross-eyed, bored, listening to him.
It's try hardy and wants to be something greater than it is. It's just so boring. It's dreadful.
It was just. Yeah, I did not like it at all.
Next, In the Tall Grass.
Okay, this is another Netflix movie based on a Stephen King story. It's not good. It's definitely a D, but I will say that it's worth watching for one scene to watch Patrick Wilson just squash a lady's head with his bare hands while smiling like a maniac. That scene was really funny and goofy. Other than that, it's really dull.
Okay, next, The Irishman.
Oh, Scorsese.
Yeah. But is it cinema? It was on Netflix. Does that count as cinema, Mr. Scorsese?
I like that new Honest trailer, but fuck them for relighting that goddamn fire.
I don't even watch Screen Junkies anymore.
They mentioned The Fanatic. That made me laugh, but other than that.
But The Irishman. A great companion piece to Goodfellas.
Goodfellas, Casino, Wolf of Wall Street.
Yeah. I mean, it's a great capper. A lot of people had complaints that it was depressing as fuck. But that was the point. That was the point. Is it too long? Yes, I think you could shave 30 minutes off. Because I made a joke on Twitter.
But at the same time.
Here's the thing. I said this on Twitter. It's that long because someone on Netflix wanted a miniseries. And Scorsese gave them the dirtiest look.
Yeah.
This is a 3-part miniseries that's all at once in a film. That's what it is.
Also, to be fair, Casino's a 3-hour movie, and this is only a little bit more than that. Yeah. So it's whatever. Still, I can handle it. It's Scorsese
to complain about, but no. I like the third act. How much it plays off of his older films. This is more contemplative.
Yes.
It's like what happened? What really happens after? Because we do see comeuppance in Scorsese films, but not of this extent.
Right. Yeah. This one.
We watch a golden age wither and die.
It's like an apt description I saw. It's like he combined one of his classic gangster movies with some of his stuff like Silence. Yes. Yeah. So it's a great combination. Al Pacino is fucking great in this movie.
He is great.
He is so good. This is my favorite thing he's done. He
freaking raids the film, plunders it for everything it's got.
Mm-hmm. And Ray Romano
making his little Netflix appearances. People don't like Ray Romano, but
he's good in this. He's good in another movie we'll talk about.
Oh yes, and then Joe Pesci.
Yes, I enjoyed.
How did we? I mean, it was Scorsese. Good. I'm like, how did you pull him out of retirement? But Scorsese. Yeah. But that's, like I said, my breathless towards the end when they're withering and dying.
Oh my god!
And you see him get pulled up in a wheelchair, and he's got his arm curled like he's had a stroke, and he's shaking.
Yeah, he acts perfectly like a stroke victim.
Oh
He's
my!
I
was breathless. I was like, "Oh my God, Joe!"
It's so sad and so good.
It was just brilliant. Oh my God!
The last shot of the movie is fucking brilliant. It's just like, oh man.
My God. The Irishman. It's a lot to chew on. It's a lot to handle. And like I said before, if you can, I think people have talked about on Reddit like how to cut up into 3 parts so you can kind of digest it in 3 parts, because it feels like its 3 acts are very distinct, and maybe that's the way you need to digest it. It's a very long slog, but if you can get through all of it, it is brilliant.
It's brilliant, and it's coming out on Criterion Collection Blu-ray along with Marriage Story, so you guys can get a physical copy. That's rad.
But yeah, let's give this the S it deserves, right?
Yeah, it fucking deserves that.
Next,
Holy shit.
I'm gonna piss a lot of people off here. John Wick 3.
I know you didn't like this.
I didn't like it.
Enjoy it.
John Wick is kind of burning me out, and they're trying to do spin-offs and miniseries now, and I'm like, I don't know, man. I'm gonna get burnt out on John Wick.
Look, I enjoy the action scenes. There's one moment where my suspension of disbelief, I couldn't take it that far, when he gets a shot off the roof and bounces off several handrails and crashes into an alley. Like, you're dead.
It's the Baba Yaga.
You should be dead. I don't care how cool you are.
Yeah, I'm just I'm getting a little bit tired.
Kaboom. He crashed and lived.
I can concede the low B, but I think it's a C.
We can go high C. That's fine.
And I'm like, it's such a borderline film for me. It just borders, like, I'm trying to think of better things to say about it. The choreography with the dog action,
that was amazing.
Is amazing. I think that's what puts it.
Halle Berry's in a movie. I like
Halle Berry. She spits in a water bottle like Jennifer Lawrence spit in Professor X's mouth. I will give this a it hits the B. It just made a low B for me.
Okay.
Next on the list, Jojo Rabbit.
Yay.
This film it completely and utterly hits my bias in every right way.
It made me cry like a bitch.
It has great heart, great performances. It's about a kid in World War II, a German kid in World War II, an aspiring Nazi soldier, and his imaginary friend is Adolf Hitler.
Played by Taika Waititi.
Yep, the director writer and director, and it is so charming. It's like a parody of Moonrise Kingdom. Except it's even better. Like, once again, it's that false advertising like Booksmart is for Superbad. It wants to sell you like it's a Moonrise Kingdom parody, but it's not. It's
like a Wes Anderson movie.
Yeah, it's so much beyond that. It's a great satire.
This is definitely a Taika Waititi film. I've heard some people say, "Oh, it's just like a Wes Anderson."
People complain that
it really isn't.
It took the teeth out of Nazism, but that's not the point.
That's not true either. It's just subtle.
It infantilizes and it charms them for a reason. It's about why people do these things. They form these bands and groups. It hits on loneliness. It really does. And
it still shows like horrible shit. Like not like the way Schindler's List does, but what scene I'm talking about.
Yes. And it's such it's a very charming heart. It has a lot of heart and kind. Taika writes very kind films when we really need them. And
kind films that aren't afraid to like fucking gut punch you.
Yeah, and not afraid to be kind. Once again, people are like, this film has no teeth. It doesn't need it.
Bullshit.
It doesn't need it. It's trying to be kind. It's trying to speak about something greater than that. And you miss the mark if you feel that way. Jojo Rabbit's going to be one of my favorites of that decade. It's one of my favorites, if not the favorite of the year. I'm so biased towards it.
It's high up there in my favorites of the year.
It's so charming. It's so well done. Good. It's so funny. It's so nice. I love it. Another funny and nice and kind film. John Mulaney and the Sack Lunch Bunch.
Yep.
It's not. I can't give it the S because it's not.
I can't give it the S either.
It's not everyone's cup of tea because I've test watched it with a few people.
Yeah.
But basically, it's a film about the generational gap. It's premised on John Mulaney, the comedian, starting his own Sesame Street kind of show because he thinks that kids shows these days suck, and he's correct, thinking that older shows are better. And he does it, and it's a musical. It's a musical, and it's about just random things kids think about why does my widowed grandma have a boyfriend?
Grandma's got a
boyfriend.
boyfriend.
His
No,
boyfriend's
the algebra
name
song
is
is still my
Paul.
favorite, though.
Or there's kids who want attention. There's why do flowers bloom at night? Is a song that makes me laugh my ass off. But my favorite is I saw a white lady crying on the street.
That one's funny.
That's my favorite because it's about this little kid who sees a white lady crying on the street and he thinks about it. He goes, "What if I went up and talked to her and became friends and just had a wonderful day?" And that's what it's about. It's a very kind and gentle comedy, and I really appreciate that. And it's so funny. And then they got the freaking I fucked up the genre on it, but they get like a old jazz age freaking guy.
Yep, that for the algebra song.
The algebra song goes ham.
That shit's fucking
It
awesome.
goes hard. Oh my god. Basically there's a lot of musical legends in this that make cameos and make appearances and do songs. And they just go nuts.
One Mysterio.
Yes.
The best.
But my favorite, the finale and the highlight, Mr. Music played by Jake Gyllenhaal out of fucking nowhere.
Music here,
music there, music everywhere. It's about Jake Gyllenhaal having a panic attack. He's teaching kids about finding music in the mundane and normal everyday objects. I gotta do this
for a whole hour.
But everything is a silent object, and he can't get it to work, and he's slowly panicking and losing grip on reality. And it's so... Basically, you talk about climax, it's someone having a LSD trip, but you don't see the LSD trip. That's what this song is.
Yeah, that's an apt description.
You're watching a man have the worst day of his life. And the kids
put this glass here?
And John and the kids are cheering him on. It is like because it's still a kind film. And I really love it. I really love it.
He took the clarinet, threw it out a window. He's like, it landed in a truck of pillows that was passing by only then. Lord, you don't want me to make music. I love Jake. Man.
When you pull it out, it makes the sound like a butt. I have to do this for an hour? Who told you an hour? And everyone's like, is he okay? John's like, no, he's not okay. And then randomly, there's this Asian girl. She goes, Dad? She calls Jake Gyllenhaal Dad. Which is a callback to a scene earlier where a kid accidentally called John Mom.
Right.
Because that's a thing that kids do. They actually call someone mom, a teacher mom, and then kids laugh and point at them. And John does. He points and laughs at kids. Oh, you call me mom. That's so embarrassing. And then the kids go, oh, we all call you mom. And why? And they go, why? And he goes, oh, because you have like a really passive, dismissive tone, like in the text. The kids have a group chat that John's not invited to in the production. They call him Mrs. Mulaney. And he goes, oh, they call me Mrs. Mulaney. It's just so fucking funny. The film is so great. I really love John Mulaney and the Second Lunch Bunch. It's an S for me, but I know for most people, it's probably a low A. Because the humor is not for everybody. Next, a film for everybody, The Joker.
Yes, the greatest movie ever made. Film
that saved cinema by stealing from cinema by Scorsese. But that's being unfair. The Joker is actually very good and very entertaining.
It's very good because rip-off Scorsese is still way better than a lot of things.
Exactly, and man, did people want to fucking destroy this film. The news
really didn't deserve that shit.
This film was preying on a shooting by this film, and nothing happened. People stabbed each other during Frozen 2, but not a single shooting or any act of violence during The Joker.
Nope.
I call this film an A because it is generally good and entertaining, but it's not as great. It deserves its Oscar noms, but it does not deserve to win. It's unfortunately
maybe Joaquin Phoenix.
We can't confuse
other than that,
the phenomena with hatred. We can't say this is bad. It's not bad.
It's bad. It's
very good, but it's not that good. We have to set a ceiling somewhere.
For some context, everybody watch The King of Comedy. Watch The King of Comedy, please. And I think anyone who's seen The King of Comedy understands. Like someone who enjoys The Joker, show them The King of Comedy and they go, oh shit. Oh, okay, I get it now. That's why this film can't. That's why The Joker must have a ceiling. But no, and the score is great.
Joaquin,
The score is really good. Good job, Todd Phillips, for directing a movie that isn't The Hangover.
yes,
I guess.
congratulations.
Congrats.
Yes. Next, Jumanji 3.
I did not know this is a movie.
This film is bad, but it tries. But it's bad, and it stops trying in its last 20 minutes. It's a D. But it
this
tries.
is the one with Danny DeVito and Kevin
it's Danny DeVito for like the first 10 minutes and the last 10 minutes. Oh. Because then it's The Rock playing.
Right, because I'm just remembering the premise of this movie.
Yeah. And it tries. It really tries.
That was this year. Holy shit.
But it just can't save it. Next, The Kid That Would Be King.
I heard of this, didn't watch it.
This is from the director of Attack the Block.
Yes. Okay, you told me that.
This shit's good. This is good kids entertainment right here.
Like Dora.
It's a film about the world is fucked and kids have to deal with it. And I like that. I like that premise. Where things feel hopeless. It takes place in the UK. It's about a kid who finds King Arthur's sword. And he's hailed the new King of England. Obviously, this is more of an honor position, not a literal king anymore. But it's up to him to save the world now. And it's him, and he has to get a band of misfit friends and enemies and bring them together and to solve the world's problems. That are all metaphoric, of course. Like I said, it is very good children's cinema. I highly if you have kids, I highly recommend it. It's good. It's really good. It's very charming. And if you're an Arthurian nuts, you'll find lots of things to enjoy in that too. Cool. I give it a solid B. I think it's a solid B. High B, I would say.
Okie dokie.
Next, you have Kill Chain. What is this?
Okay. So, my dad came over and he was like, "Hey, I found this Nicolas Cage movie.
Oh no!
You want to watch it?" I said, "Okay." And we watched it, and it was I'd say it was mostly not great, but there were a couple of really bizarrely well executed action scenes. One specifically involving two guys having like a shootout inside and outside of a cop car. It was really intense. I was like, holy shit. And then other than it's mostly dull, and you get some, good Nicolas Cage outbursts, but it's a D.
It's a D.
Overall.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That's
so
all
I didn't miss anything.
No.
Next, Klaus.
I watched this week so I could talk about it.
This is a film that's been hyped up for a very long time. If you're in the animation circle like I am, this has been like almost 10 years in the making. Lots of concepts and test footage being pushed around, and it somehow got bought by Netflix, and it somehow has made its way to the Oscars, is a fucking triumph.
Yeah,
and the product of
great.
a lot of hard work and a lot of good people believing in young talent.
Mm-hmm.
And also old talent coming together. James Baxter gets a couple shots in here. This film is 2D animation that looks like 3D. And it's really good. It's not a perfect story. It's not a fully
original story. It's a very, very
story.
cliche story.
It's very cliche, but they're cliches for a reason.
Yeah. Like, I'll admit, it took me a little bit to really get.
But
into
I got
the
some
movie.
problems with it. Here's the thing, though. This is an S. This film is an S.
It's an S?
It is an S. It just
an A.
It just barely makes an S.
Okay.
But that being said, there's these problems. The fact that Netflix got a hold of it, and Netflix got its dirty prints on it. That meant the cast it added to it, the voice cast, doesn't fit.
I'd say the main character doesn't fit.
I don't
much.
think the main character. I don't think Norm Macdonald, as much as I love Norm Macdonald,
yeah,
I don't think he fits. I don't think really many, besides J.K. Simmons, I don't think anyone.
J.K. Simmons, and what about the teacher?
I don't think the teacher fits. It tries. Okay. She tries her best. I love that actress, but I just don't think everyone got the right. Everyone was added like last second. It feels like.
Okay. Yeah.
The acting feels rushed. Except for J.K. Simmons, because he's so experienced, he knows to make the most out of minor time.
Yeah, and also, his character doesn't talk a lot anyway.
Yeah, but that's why it's so great. It's a lot of grunting and how well he does it. Because Andrea Romero will teach you a lot, that grunting and O's. There's a million ways to do it if you're talented enough.
It took me a while to even realize it was him. I didn't know any of the cast when I went into it. So I was like, oh, that's J.K.
beautiful,
Simmons.
well done film. It's cliche story for a reason. It's got a great concept.
It's got a great ending.
But there's a special place in hell for producers who say, we need a pop song in this scene.
Oh my god.
And do it 3 times.
Yeah. Oh, I was like, what the fuck? Is this in this movie?
Like, this film succeeds despite Netflix's best efforts to sabotage it.
This is still why I Lost My Body is my favorite animated movie, because there are no pop songs in that. Even the ones that sound like pop, like, you know, actual songs are also done by the composer, like the raps in there.
This one,
which is awesome.
They take up random songs that just don't.
And that's also on Netflix.
But there is one song. There's always a made-for-the-movie soundtrack, as John Mulaney jokes in Sackbone Bunch, recorded out of context. But it's a good song, and if it's there's 2 other pop songs that should not be there. There shouldn't be pop songs in general in this film. It doesn't need it.
It really didn't fit.
It didn't need it.
Bizarre.
But yeah, Klaus just barely makes the S tier because it's so brilliantly crafted. This film is a journey. That,
but I'll give it to you.
Its production is a journey, and it deserves it. Next, and another automatic S tier, Knives Out.
Yeah, this one to barely beat out Jojo Rabbit for me when I saw it.
But
it made me cry a lot. I was not expecting any like tears with this shit, but the story of the maid character, what she goes through, and her performance, it's so good. But there's a lot of other shit to talk about.
Oh my god,
obviously.
this film is operating on so many levels. It's like, oh yeah, I forgot. This is the film that made me apologize to Rian Johnson, because I was like, oh yeah, that's right. You also made Looper. It's not your fault.
And Brick.
The last Jedi is not your fault. It's the producer's fault.
And hilariously enough, now that the whole trilogy's out, The Last Jedi is like the most memorable one.
Yep. But Knives Out, my god, my house, my rules.
This shit is awesome. Oh, first, that fucking cast is crazy.
That cast is ridiculous. But that being said, poor
you're gonna say Jamie Lee Curtis?
Jamie Lee Curtis gets cut out significantly from this film.
Yeah,
because it's necessary, because this film's long. This is still a long slog of a film. That's my criticism. More. This film is really long.
It's really I didn't feel the length. Unlike with like Ford v Ferrari or Little Women, I did not feel the length with this movie. I was enjoying every second of it.
I felt the length, but man, it's still super entertaining. And man, this film is there. I'm still picking things out of my teeth from this film.
It's so good. It's so good, and it's like so like surprisingly sweet and shit. And I
just like that Rian Johnson made a tweet saying someone made a tweet that Rian Johnson retweeted. Someone made a tweet saying, I hope there's a sequel where Daniel Craig plays the same character but with a different accent. And Rian Johnson retweeted said, I want that too. And then the producer said, we want this too. Let's make it.
Oh my god.
And I'm so happy. Someone made a joke recently. I thought it was true, and I am so mad I got fucking gaslit. But someone said the cast of the film was Adam Driver and freaking
Scarlett
Johansson. And Oscar Isaac and all that. And I was like, oh my god, fuck off.
That'd be fucking funny.
But you know, it is what it is. But this film is quite entertaining. Don't spoil it. Go see this.
No, we're not going to spoil shit.
Go see it blind. It's a whodunit.
This movie's great.
It's a whodunit that whodunits itself. Several
Captain America's in it. That should inspire
playing his typecast. I was like, oh yeah, I forgot. That's the typecast that Chris Evans was before he was Captain America.
Yeah, when he was the Human Torch.
Yep. Okay, but Knives Out is a must-watch. It is a high S.
Yes.
Next. You didn't see this, but I did. I saw it recently. Konosuba, the movie.
I'm just gonna lean back, let you talk.
This film is a joke a second. I give it an S. I give this film an S tier.
Oh shit! Really?
This is a great. It's not the greatest comedy of the year or decade, but it is an S tier comedy. This film is so
enjoy the show.
Fucking funny, and where the frames and animation go, I've never seen hand movement be so fucking funny. And anyone who's seen this film knows what I'm talking about. And this film actually wants to develop its characters. One character, the explosion, the explosion meme character, explosion. You know the meme if you're in the anime scene. But Konosuba is the only valid isekai in my book. And this film is part of the isekai franchise. And it's so good. It's a parody of isekai. It's so fucking funny. But at this point, this film is the film after 2 seasons. So it's not even about the isekai anymore. It's about the characters. It's about developing them, making them do fun shit, and building the world. And it's a joke a second. It's so fucking funny. It blew me away. I couldn't believe it. I was like, Konosuba's great, but it's not that great. This film is that great. Though its third act, I think, does drag. It's a little bit unnecessary that it keeps going. But at least it keeps finding more jokes. It's not out of jokes, but it's like, did we really need this runtime? But it's fucking great. The film is a trip. And anime film fans, high recommendation. Next, Lady and the Tramp. Why did you bother? This is an E, right?
No, it's a D. It's not as bad as The Lion King or Aladdin, but
okay.
The dogs look scary when they talk.
Oh no, they talk?
Yeah. God, why did I watch this? I committed myself to watching every Disney live
when
action.
Disney Plus came out, they advertised it.
Yeah.
That was like
I made my commitment. I'll
we
watch
don't
every
know
Disney live action
there's this
remake
thing called The Mandalorian. We don't know if it's gonna work, but try this Lady the Tramp live action.
Right. I regret everything. Whatever. Let's go talk about something great. This next one.
Yeah, it's like we can't give Lady Tramp the time of day. The Last Black Man in San Francisco. S for San Francisco. This film is hypnotizing.
Yes.
This film was shot. The guy was 22 years old when he filmed this.
Yeah. He's a young one.
Jesus fucking Christ! This film is amazing. It's basically about a film about gentrification. Is what it principally is. I mean, that's on the surface. But it's about a man who finds his identity in his home. He finds this old home that these 2 old folks have, and they foreclose on it, and they move out, and he moves himself in, even though he's not supposed to be there. And it's just about the facade of that American dream there. But for me, it was all about the cinematography, like the cinematography. Steve and Freddie will tell you about the story, and I will tell you about the cinematography. This scarlet color that permeates in every frame.
It's gorgeous.
Like a 22-year-old. There's older people like who make in fabric and try to be so smart.
Yeah.
And this young 22 upstart just runs circles around them in his deliberate frame by frame mastery.
Yeah, this movie has like a purpose. He basically just told the story of his friend.
Yes,
who literally plays himself
it's
in the movie.
It's biographical.
Yeah. The Jimmy Fails is Jimmy Fails in this movie. And he's really good as himself.
This film will gut you, and it's a must watch. It is absolute must watch. It's just a beautiful, hypnotizing film. Another film, Lego Movie 2. Naomi's gonna hate me, but it's a low C. I almost want to give it a D. It's just not as fun as the others.
You should give it a D. Just out of principle.
I don't think it warrants a D. I think that's too harsh.
Damn it. Okay.
It's just not that fun. The Lighthouse.
Yes. Yeah, this is rad.
The Lighthouse is pretty rad, right?
Yes.
I wasn't so high on it the first time we watched. I thought it was okay. Mm-hmm. But then I really thought about it and I really digested it.
Mm-hmm.
And I really like it. I really like the Lovecraftian nature of this.
Oh no, this is like one of my favorite.
The way
Lovecraft
they mined that.
Mm-hmm.
Because this could have gone so many ways, like Climax.
Yeah.
And they took the best route.
Yeah. And it's
this
not
film,
just like
this film
one
could
of the
have
best
gone
Lovecraft
wrong
movies.
So many ways, and it didn't.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. For those of you who don't know, this is the director of The Witch, which came out a couple years ago. And this guy, Robert Eggers, what I like about him, he's a nut job when it comes to accuracy in his movies. For The Witch, he had the houses in that movie built like they would have built them back in that time period. So he had them built exactly how they would have built them back then. just for that movie. And he puts insane amounts of research to make sure all the actors speak the way they would have spoken in the time period. And that really shows in this movie too. The Lighthouse.
I mean, everything. This film is, it's Lovecraftian. It's lovingly crafted.
Yes.
From frame to frame, start to finish.
Two fucking amazing performances. It's literally just two characters. And
I like how Willem Dafoe ate dirt to get snubbed in the Oscars.
Yeah, we will talk about that. The Oscars and their A24 hate boner. But, God damn it. So yeah, Willem Dafoe is fucking incredible, and Robert Pattinson is incredible. All you assholes who are like, oh, he's gonna be Batman, he's not a good actor. What was that, the Twilight guy? You haven't watched movies with him, okay? Good Time came out last year, or 2 years ago, and this movie came out. He's a great fucking actor. God damn. So there's so much shit to go into here. It's like,
there's a lot to dissect about this film. It's a meaty film, just like Knives Out. There's a lot going on here.
There's a lot going on. It's filmed in black and white. You can hardly understand what they're saying without subtitles, but like they're speaking accurately. So many monologues too.
Yeah.
Like both those characters have so many like really lengthy monologues. It's a real actor's movie.
It absolutely is. It's well acted. It's Lovecraftian horror. You don't really see like in the way you say, because when people use Lovecraftian wrong.
Mm-hmm.
They use it as an excuse.
We'll get to
for,
another
here's
one
some
of
creepy
those.
monsters. Don't go tear the shit out of some people. Here, it's used like it is what it was meant to be. It's that
purely
slow burn, that dredge into despair.
Mm-hmm.
It is really something. And
Yeah,
so
so
obviously it gets the S.
Yes. A great animal actor in this one, that fucking seagull.
Yes, there's a seagull.
Yes, and Robert Pattinson has a scene where he masturbates in a shed, and it is a sight to behold. Wow.
How would you rank it in film masturbation scenes?
Oh my God! There's another movie with the Flash. Ezra Miller.
Mm-hmm.
Called "We Need to Talk About Kevin," where he's like a kid who becomes a school shooter essentially. But there's a scene where he's masturbating and his mom, played by Tilda Swinton, walks in on him. She's like, oh my God. But instead of like, hiding or anything, he just like jerks off harder and starts glaring at her. I'm like, oh my God, it's horrifying. So it's kind of tied with that for me.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Talk about another film with masturbation scenes, The Lion King.
Yeah.
And I mean by Disney masturbating over all the money it fucking made over itself.
Yeah, we can take the same script.
This is an E. This is one of the worst things I've ever seen in my life. I won't shy away from the. Cats gets F because of principles.
Okay.
Although there's a principle here, but it's not nearly as bad as film DLC. Like that's an actual threat. Like that's a threat to film. The Lion King is a threat to itself. This is Disney's hubris at stake. That's what's going on here. Because this film actually threatens to make the original look bad.
Yeah.
Because now with the emotionless animals, you're really stuck to dissect the verbatim dialogue.
It's just like,
except for when it is
emotionless
changed
animals, poor direction, poor voice acting. That ruins like the script essentially.
Yep. It's just it's an E. I'm sorry. It's just nothing about this jives or works because Favreau did not work on this. He was clearly...
all you fucking Beyonce fans, why don't you just, like, take a moment to look at the movie, aside from Beyonce, and, like, just...
He was clearly working on The Mandalorian, and this was, like... This film was randomly generated.
Yeah, it does not feel like a real movie.
There's no soul to this. But you know what film's got a lot of soul? Little Women.
Yeah, it does, yeah.
Greta Gerwig, not my cup of tea, especially the types of characters she writes, but here it works.
It works here.
Florence Pugh is fucking incredible.
Florence Pugh is amazing. Well, we'll get to another movie she's in, but
I know the one you really want to talk about coming up very soon.
The one I really want to talk about, but she was my favorite part of this movie for sure.
Also, that freaking Bob Odenkirk cameo.
Oh yeah.
I did not see that.
I was surprised. I was like,
I did not see that coming.
Saul is in this movie. What?
And he delivers like the winning line. Like he's not just there to be a cameo. He's there to deliver the line. He's there to say Little Women, man. I was like, ah! I was like cheering.
Clapped.
It's like, you said it! The madman! But no, this film is delightful. It's about just good things during bad times.
Basically.
It's one of those kind films that you definitely need. For me, it's a high A. It's not quite an S.
Oh, yeah, A.
Because there's some things I just don't like, but mostly this film drags. Quite a bit.
Yeah, okay, I agree with that.
It overstays its welcome.
It's heartwarming, but it's too much heartwarming. Also, I didn't connect with some of the other sisters as much. There's like Florence Pugh and the main one.
Now, see, Emma
Watson
where I gotta go.
was in it.
That wasn't the point, because
I know that wasn't the point,
everyone
but like
connected
still, it's
with
just
one in a different way.
Mm-hmm.
Another great Little Woman, LaQuisha.
Oh, this is a treat.
You take the header on this one. You're the one who brought this into my life.
Okay, so I saw on Twitter this trailer trending for this movie called LaQuisha. Basically, it's a dude, Jeremy Seville. He wrote and directed this, and he stars in it. And the premise is he's like he's a really good guy who gives really good advice, you know. And the people he gives really good advice to say he should start like a radio program where he can give his really good advice to people. And he's just like, oh, people don't want me. I'm just some boring white guy. He watches some TV and sees these black women arguing. He's like, if I was a black woman, people would listen. So he pretends he's a black woman on the radio and becomes incredibly famous and successful. And that's the premise of the movie.
That's the premise of the film. The film tries to act smarter than it is.
Yes.
There's little scenes where they sit down and try to pontificate philosophy. Except that the people who wrote this man is a fucking dumbass comedian. He's dropped out of high school.
Yeah. It's like, people were thinking like, oh, this is like the most offensive thing. It doesn't come off like he's trying to be offensive.
It's just
he's just
dumb.
Really stupid.
It's really dumb. And as we talk about the premise now, how did this film get made? Let me tell you, as a former stand-up, that there's this thing that happens in stand-up where someone gets a really good impression in their repertoire, and it becomes their thing. And so clearly, I can tell you right now, because I know people like this, and this guy had a really good black woman voice in his stand-up routine.
Good is a strong word.
And some yes men, some half-assed fans said, man, you should make a movie about that voice. And he's like, you know what? I should. Making movies wouldn't be that hard. I'm so amazing. And then he makes this fucking film on a minor budget. Remember the part in the film that Apple did not want to be associated, so he had the ADR iPhone?
No, but he says iPhone later in the movie, so it's even more confusing. What was it? Yeah, it's like the worst ADR I've ever heard in a movie. She's like, oh, I see you got a new smartphone. Oh, yes, I got a new smartphone. It's like, what the fuck?
Because somehow they asked, like, basically, here's what happened is they were running low on cash because they're idiots to go, hey, I wonder if we can get an Apple sponsorship. And they said, here's all the times we said iPhone, and they showed it to Apple, and Apple said, don't you fucking say that. And they're like, oh, no, we're not going to give you money. We're going to take money. We're going to fucking sue your asses. So they had an ADR iPhone out, except for they forgot how to do it a couple times, and Apple never rewatched the film because no one's going through that pain again.
That's what makes this more interesting. It's not just like story wise, it's completely fucking stupid. It is a technical disaster.
Yes,
this movie, and like, oh my god, there's some like really horrible green screen. Like a lady standing on the edge of a bridge, and like they didn't track it properly, so she's like glitching out a bit. Even the story takes some weird ass directions too, because like he has this impression, and everybody's nobody knows it's him. But then the impression starts to become its own personality, and like take over, like Gollum or some shit.
Briefly, and then he gets like a actual like person to cover for him to be the face of LaQuisha.
Yes, and she's like portrayed as a villain.
Yeah. Yes, and this film goes in really crazy directions.
Yeah. Oh, like the fact, like it feels like a fucking like family, like a PG-13, like Adam Sandler comedy. But then they drop like F-bombs every now and then. It's so jarring. It's like, whoa, this doesn't match the tone of like what I'm seeing right now.
Yep.
Oh.
But this film had a legendary reputation this year in the JoyRide server. This was hyped up. You found the trailer, you showed us, and we all like feverishly counted down when this was coming out. And we watched it.
Yes, it's free on Amazon Prime.
And we went nuts for it. Didn't the Amazon Prime copy have errors too?
Yeah, when I first watched it, didn't have errors when we watched it on the movie night. But when I first watched it with Bun, towards the end of the movie, there was like a shot, like a single frame, and when I paused it, there was like an error rendering. It was a rendering error that was in the movie.
But yeah. But this thing was this was the king of the JoyRide server until another film that we'll talk about later that usurped it as like the worst thing we saw all year.
Right. Oh, let's talk about that funny running joke where people are asking, "What's wrong with you? Are you gay? Are you transitioning?"
I don't want to. I'm so angry that you reminded me of that joke.
It happens like 5 times in a row, like his own mother too.
Yeah, like he thought this was funny. He was like this bit, like, oh, we're gonna do a 5-parter. It's like they're gonna keep every time he tries to be honest and actually articulate about things, and they're like, no, what are you, fucking gay? And it's like, okay, like we couldn't piss off black people, we had to open this fire too. But yeah, that's LaQuisha. And for some reason, the way I speak about it, I still have nothing but positive feelings about LaQuisha.
Yeah, because really.
Because it's like reputation as an internal meme within the JoyRide fan base.
It's just
we adore the film, but it's bad.
It has to be seen to be believed.
It's a guilty pleasure.
You know? Yes, the true essence.
But it's still one of the worst objectively. And we want to talk about something one of the best objectively. Let's talk about Marriage Story.
Marriage Story.
Automatic S tier.
Starring Kylo Ren and Black Widow for you normies.
You fucking normies.
Fucking normies.
This film goes hard. This film wears its hardest. This is an earnest film. The writing, the direction, everything. I know some people complain that the score is a little bit too hard, but
no, I really like the score.
But I feel like that's part of it. I feel like every part of this film is just so out in front. It is such a lovingly made film. It's a passion. That's what I should say. This film is a passionate film. Everyone involved made this with passion. Every contribution is passionate.
Incredible acting, just on all fronts.
People complain on Twitter, "Oh, this is the shit they teach in film school." They teach that for a reason. That's the part that people forget, because people bitch about that yelling scene. But they teach those scenes for a reason. I'm not saying Marriage Story broke a boundary or anything. It's not some fresh new thing, but it hits the fucking Demon Slayer of films this year. It does one thing very good and passionately. It's very well produced and very passionate.
It's not like the whole movie is like yelling scenes anyway.
It's not. People try to make it out that way.
It's like that's like one scene in the movie. And it's like, okay, we got it. That's all we needed. And Laura Dern as the lawyer and Ray Liotta as the other one. They were great.
Everyone was so great.
Yeah.
Adam Driver sings Being Alive, like a one take. Oh my God.
Oh, here's a question for you since you just watched Inside Llewyn Davis. Was that better than what he sang in that movie?
Of course his song in Llewyn Davis is the best.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. My name's Adam Driver. I'm going to be in Star Wars someday, and you're going to regret giving me this role.
You're going to be my enemy.
It's time to let old things die. Like this typecast you seem to have for me.
Oh, what a movie.
Marriage Story is
also has a movie that I had.
Is that what we're watching this week in the JoyRide server?
We're watching this in Belladonna of Sadness.
So when this episode comes out, this will probably be the day after. So when you audience, if you're the first time listeners, like immediate listeners, we've already watched this again on the movie night.
Yeah.
If we haven't already advertised our movie nights on the Discord server, $1 a month on Patreon. It's worth its weight in gold, kids. We watch incredible things. Even when they're bad like Loquisha, there's still things we all enjoy as a group.
Yeah. In Fabric was a special one because it was
that sucked.
the
no,
first time.
it
sucked, but it was special because I hated something just as much as you did. Okay. Damn it! I did rent that movie.
God. Marriage Story. I can't wait. I can't watch that tomorrow night. I can't wait. I cannot wait.
I'm really afraid though. Like that scene with the box cutter really gets me. You saw that shit in Fabric when that scene happened, and I audibly went, "Oh fuck! Yeah. I can't handle that."
All right. Next, though, I know I'm going to let you take the lead once more. I briefly alluded to this. When horror finally gets legitimized, when it's actually taken seriously, and it breaks new ground, we get Midsommar.
Midsommar, from the director of Hereditary, which a lot of people like and a lot of people don't like.
I hate Hereditary, but I love Midsommar.
I know. But look, that's the weird thing. There are people who hate Hereditary who love Midsommar, people who love Hereditary and hate Midsommar. Did I say the same thing twice? My brain. Whatever. This one's amazing. I like it more than Hereditary, and I really like Hereditary. But anyway, the premise is Florence Pugh plays a girl who is in a rocky relationship with her boyfriend. And I'm not talking about like a cliche like rocky relationship where the boy is like an over-the-top asshole, like he beats her or some shit. This is a very authentic relationship being portrayed in this movie, which makes it 1,000 times more
disturbingly. Like, that's what makes it disturbing of how real, because it's a bad relationship. And how
it's like the Marriage Story, but like you insert into a horror movie essentially. Yeah. How uncomfortable this is, and they're going to break up.
Marriage Story's relationship uncomfortable though.
No, you're right.
That was a bad illusion. Please, everyone, wipe that from your memories. Don't compare. Don't compare that relationship because the Marriage Story, even in spite of what's happening, is still a loving relationship, and again, a passionate relationship. There's a reason why.
It's worse. It's worse than that.
Things happen in marriage stories because the characters themselves are very passionate about their relationship, and their
That's
family.
true. You're right. It's worse than Marriage Story.
This is the exact opposite. This is the lack of passion in a disturbing kind of. Not to say that Midsommar is a film lacking in passion, although I do have some things I'd like to discuss on a critiquing level. But
okay,
we'll do that at the end.
But what happens is they're clearly going to break up.
Yes.
But a tragedy happens in Florence Pugh's life that kind of forces them to stay together.
And me seeing this thing, I'm like, oh god, it's Hereditary all over again. Like I'm already ready to leave.
Basically, but then after that they go on a trip to Sweden, and they meet a little cult group, and fucking. And
that's when the film just transcends the genre.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. Like, it all takes place in the daylight, except for that opening scene. It's like most of the movie's like in daylight, so it's like horror just shown up front, like none of that shadow shit. Really, it's just god damn it. There's a lot to dive into.
I like the juxtaposition of the bright, colory blue sky and the beautiful flowers, and the open green fields and the cleanly dressed people.
The white clothing.
And the absolute fucking psychological freaking horror that's transpiring. It is very effective.
Yes. Cause there's a lot of disturbing shit in this movie. Like,
yes.
He's not afraid to just show, he has this thing for mutilated heads, this director.
Oh, he does. Really, for a lot of things.
Nasty.
But once again, that's one of my critique. I don't think he has a thing for it. Once again, it's one of my criticisms of in Fabric. I actively believe that Ari Aster hates horror. I think he hates it more than I do.
Yeah, because this movie's definitely more of a relationship movie.
I mean, he has said so in interviews, because I did the research on this afterwards, and he says that he wanted to make a breakup film. He was really uninterested in the horror aspects as he was making it. Mm-hmm. And I feel like he gets films and he gets producers' pockets because he has to promise a horror film.
Right.
And I don't, and that's why I have my issues with Ari Aster's work. I don't think he likes horror. I think he hates it. And I want him to make anything but horror. I want to see him.
I think that's his
really
next
express
project.
himself.
He's probably gonna do something different.
But that being said, I'm very appreciative to what he's doing for horror. He's actually making me take it seriously.
What I find interesting here is like the cult. I mean, clearly they're doing like creepy cult shit, but like you're more rooting against most of the main characters except for Florence Pugh.
They're not meant to be likable.
They're horrible people.
That's the point. Yeah.
Yeah, like the scene that I was talking about where two people, they jump off a cliff. It's like a tradition in this cult. Like when you get to a certain age, you jump off a cliff and your life ends. And like the British couple that they met on the way there is like freaking out, but like the boyfriend and the other guy who's like studying for his doctorate, they're just like watching very intently, like even afterwards they're like laughing about it and shit.
Yeah.
It really pins you against them. And the cult is seen as like almost in a positive light, kind of, because they provide the main character. I don't see
quite that way. I don't think it's.
I mean, like obviously, it's like
I'm not saying.
That's
I don't
actually
think
like cult mentality shit.
I don't think it's one versus the other party kind of thing. I said this before, but for me, the horror that I attach to, because I have a big issue with horror. I know people get mad at me for really being hard on it. But my feelings on horror is the same video of Miyazaki looking at that 3D simulation of a corpse, saying that's my feeling of horror. It's a little bit over exaggerated, but that's just how I feel about it. But so the horror that I do attach to that I really like is what comes out as crisis horror, when the monster or the thing we're in fear of it's a societal issue. And with this one, the crisis in Midsommar is empathy. It's the generation behind its phones. Like I said, that scene where they jump off the cliff, and some people are like, "What the fuck?" and some people are just sitting there laughing because they just don't know how to fucking feel anymore.
They're just observing.
But then you've got someone like Florence Pugh who's been denied her emotions, and finally she releases, and the cult mimics her emotions. It is a crisis about empathy, about the lack and need to bring it back.
Right.
And that's what Midsommar really blew me away on. And I was just like, that's so, like, for a horror film that lacks a monster, but it's still so scary and disturbing. And that's what they got. And like the metaphor that was at play here. That's why it was like super S tier for me. I was like, round of applause. But now I'm like, okay, Ari, you don't like horror. You wanted to break a film. What can you do? I feel like you're being chained. Like, if this is what you're capable of, doing a genre I feel like you legitimately fucking despise, what can you do unchained? I feel like it might be a disaster, but I'm willing to see.
No, I'm excited to see what he can do. I'm sure he'll do fine.
But yeah, Midsommar, next. The Nightingale. This is what I think it is.
It's from the director of The Babadook. It's her second movie.
Was a rough one.
Did you watch it?
I didn't see it, but I hear a lot of things about it.
It's like showing, colonialism and how horribly
revision. Like, I would call it revisionist colonialism.
Revisionist colonialism.
As in, see it for what it really was.
Yeah, and it does not shy away.
It doesn't pull punches. It's not like, you got to see it. And some people say it went
it's
too
not
far.
Like. No, that's.
I don't know. I didn't actually see it, but word of mouth.
Right.
That's how it was. So tell me.
I'm trying to compare horrible scenes to other movies with horrible scenes I've seen.
Yeah.
The first part of the movie is really fucking rough, and there is some rough shit throughout. It's like I guess it's comparable to like 12 Years a Slave and like how it shows some shit.
Now, see, I doubt that. Because
there's a lot of rape
I
in this movie.
famously hate 12 Years a Slave, and I said I understand. I will take any poor portrait that paints of me, but 12 Years a Slave revels. It does it for the sake of Oscar baiting. I'm sorry. Like that scene where they're just dangling for fucking 5 minutes straight. It's doing it for the Oscar, not the message.
Okay.
I know.
Okay,
people
people
will disagree with me. But don't make a comparison to something I feel like was one of the most sanitized Oscar bait films I've ever seen.
Okay, because this isn't sanitized.
I love The Wolf of Wall Street that much.
I thought Her was the best movie of that year, but
that's fair. I just don't think it was 12 Years a Slave by a long shot.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. I didn't think so either, but I like that movie. Anyway, no, it doesn't like linger on it like that shit. There's just like a lot of it at first, and the antagonist is like pure fucking evil. But like, he's like a really fucking, he's a real bastard. But the point of the movie, it's like a revenge story. Something horrible happens to our main character, and she goes out to seek revenge on the men who did it. And she gets a guide who's like played by who's basically, he's a native of the area. And they hate each other at first because she's like Irish, but she's still white. And she still sees him as like a savage, and he sees her as just, like another person who invaded his land and fucking ruined everything. So they're like at each other's throat for like a large portion of the movie. And it takes a long time for them to start, connecting together. And you become very attached to these characters by the end of the movie. So it's hard to recommend to people because it is.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
It's
so
a
what
rough
do you think?
watch.
How would you rate it though?
It's an A. It's like
A?
Climax, except I could see myself watching it again on like Climax. It didn't make me nauseous.
I will take your word for it.
It's a hard watch. My only criticism, there's like a couple too many like dream sequences and parts, but like they don't take up a huge part of the movie.
Okay. Next, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Yes.
What a banger of a film. That's an easy yes,
Fucking
right?
great. Yep, absolutely. My favorite characters Tarantino has wrote.
I think so too.
I think so these two so much.
Just a great episodic freaking movie. And like I said, we've been alluding to it like throughout, so there's not much left to say. But just like I said, uncharacteristically kind for Tarantino.
Yes, very, very bittersweet.
Leo deserves like this is what like, he can't get it for Wolf of Wall Street. He got it for The fucking Revenant. This is the film right here that he'd fucking deserve an Oscar for.
I thought he deserved it for The Aviator.
Yeah.
Remember that
yes.
movie? That shit was fucking Scorsese. But yeah, this I would love to see him get it for this. I'm personally rooting for Adam Driver.
Yeah, same.
I know Joaquin Phoenix is going to take it.
I want Adam Driver to win for Kylo Ren and Skywalker.
For Kylo Ren, yes.
But yeah, Once Upon a Time, it's just a banger. I'm usually a very quiet, polite moviegoer, and I saw this film with clearly Tarantino fans, and it was just it was just a rager of a theater audience, and I had a blast. One of the times where I was hooting and hollering and fucking applauding in a theater rarely happens for me. Especially, like I said, the flamethrower scene. That was the scene where it happened.
That shit is that ending. That is
one of the best finales you'll ever get in a film.
So satisfying.
So sad. So well built up to.
It's like that, and then just him explaining what happened to the neighbor.
Fucking devil, he's doing some devil shit.
Believe it or not, I got a flamethrower in my tool shed.
All right, but yeah, Once Upon a Time. That's what I should say. It's so easy to make films that shit on Hollywood. It's more of a feat to make a film that
celebrates.
Celebrate, not glorify it, not objectify it, but celebrate. The camaraderie of it.
Celebrates
the highs, the
Hollywood
lows, the struggles, the good stuff, man. It's a very wonderful film.
A lot of feet.
Lots of feet. Hell yeah.
Right.
Next, we alluded to this in Dolomite. Here is one of the best communal filmmaking films ever made. One Cut of the Dead.
Absolutely. What a fucking joy.
What a charming, wholesome film. Basically, it starts as this film that's trying to be shot. I mean, you explain it better.
It's actually shot in one take. The premise of the film at first is like, these people, they're making a movie, and then this place they're filming gets attacked by zombies, and it's all shot in one take. It's like a half hours. How long is it? The segment, like 40 minutes?
I think it's about a good 40 to 50 minutes. Like, it's a good chunk of the film.
It's a good chunk, and it's all in one take.
And you're going to risk losing
a
lot of audience in this, because... because
it's like,
it's interesting, but it's not
It's interesting, but you notice awkward things in it.
Yeah,
and it's
things
like,
that are wrong, you're like, what the fuck? Like, so you notice discrepancies for what's supposed to be a one-shot
second
film.
half... The second half of the movie happens, and you go, oh, this is brilliant.
Yeah, and we do need to, and I think it is worth spoiling. I think we gotta say, so what happens is that one shot that you found, now this is a movie within a movie.
Yes.
The whole goal, the purpose of the movie is this guy, this aspiring filmmaker on his fucking last luck. All these filmmakers who've had it rough are either aspiring or they're older on the end of their rope. They're trying to make a one-cut zombie film. And now you're going to watch them make that film you just watched.
Yes. And you know all those weird things are like the result of
and all the crazy things they have to do to make shots
on
work.
Set. Not just that, but like, you know, people getting really drunk and passing out and getting sick during the shoot. Things that are going wrong and they improvise
that on set that they have to compensate for. They're trading off cameras. All the people you see behind the scenes that you didn't see before. The human pyramid at the end to get a certain shot because they lack funding.
Putting it all into context is like, it's incredibly satisfying and hilarious at the same time.
It's satisfying, hilarious, and wholesome.
You're
when they're making the human pyramid, you're almost in tears.
Yeah,
you're ready to cry.
It's beautiful. It's like, oh, they did it.
But mind you, everyone, this is a Japanese film. It's subtitled, and you have to deal with it.
You people watch anime, you're fine.
Yeah, if you watch anime, you're fine. But I'm talking about those people who had issues with Parasite. So, are we calling this an S or an A?
Let's do an S.
Let's
just do.
We give a lot of S's and a lot of C's here. A lot of average, a lot of exceptional. We're too kind and too.
This is a great year.
It is a great year, and I'm willing to give it up. Next is Paddleton.
Yes, this is a movie I very, very much enjoyed. And by that, it made me cry like a bitch at the end.
Yeah, basically, it's about Ray Romano and a friend of his. And there are these two awkwardish guys. They just kind of, they're apartment neighbors. And they just hang out. They live within a comfort zone of each other. They're their own go-to people in life. They're each other's whole world. They go out in the back and play a game that they made up called Paddleton that they just make up on the go. Just an excuse to get some exercise and to spend time with each other. They watch old kung fu films together. It's very wholesome. Where once again, this is a film that could have gone wrong so hard and it doesn't. Like these characters could be considered awkward or weird, but they're not. They're actually quite charming in their simple and their wholesomeness and like because they're practically like kids. Like they're grown middle-aged men. But they have more of the rule set of children. They don't really fuck around with women and shit. Like they're just kind of they find weird things to do. But what's going on is one of the friends finds out that he has cancer and he's dying, and he decides that he's gonna forego treatment because it's a lost cause, and he's just gonna die. He's gonna commit assisted suicide. And his friend is gonna help him do it against his as much as he doesn't want to do it, but he wants to support his friend. And it's hard because although these are childish men, this is also some masculinity in the way. This admittance of, I want to say I love you and I don't want you to go so soon. And I want you to fight, but maybe not. And kind of helping him die and him being very controlling of that process, even though he's not the one dying. And it's a very hard, it's a wholesome but also very harsh film.
Yeah,
and it has quite
like that ending. That ending is rough.
Very rough. It can be a bit unsettling. But in the end, it's a very wonderful film, a very powerful film. I wouldn't call it an S film.
I'd say A.
I think it's a mid to low A. But it is a very sweet film. It's about a platonic love between two older men, and one of them's dying.
Really good friendship.
A very good friendship
this year.
Would you help kill your bro so that he could die on his own terms?
Right.
And they go on a road trip and they see some ostriches in between, so it's not a total downer.
Right. But they buys like a child safe to keep the pills in.
Oh my god.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that is Paddleton. Next, Pain and Glory. I couldn't get to this and I'm so mad.
It was good. It took me a couple of tries to watch it. I was having trouble to like get interested or like invested in it. But it's from what I know of the director, it seems almost kind of autobiographical in a way. It's a very personal movie. It seems like Antonio Banderas, I feel, is like playing the director almost essentially. And he's fucking great in it. And Antonio Banderas is amazing in this role. But it's about a director, and it's hard. It's really odd. Like, it's a director who it's like the anniversary of a movie he made that he wasn't very fond of when he made it, because he didn't like that one of the actors was kind of going against the character he wrote. So like years later, they're like showing it somewhere, and he's been asked to present it, and he wants to present it with the actor he had a disagreement with.
Okay. So what are you gonna give this?
So yeah, I'm gonna give it a B.
A B. Okay.
Yes.
That's lower than I'm expecting, but yeah, I get it.
It may not be for me personally, but like you might like it more.
So next, Parasite. I think this is going to be our one and only double, maybe triple S film.
that yeah.
This is a perfect film.
This
film, because what were we comparing it to on movie night? We watched this last week again. For the third time.
I got really drunk that night. What did I?
Somebody want to compare? I guess maybe just amongst the best, and we said, "Why is this different? Why is this?" Oh, we compared to Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Yeah,
we did, which is probably not a fair comparison.
No,
but because people were like really good characters, really good build up and payoff, and people were like, "What's the difference?" And we said it was the efficiency.
Yes,
this film is a well-oiled machine from start to finish. There's nothing wrong with this film.
Nothing wasted.
Everything's perfect. There's nothing less than perfection in every second of this film.
Mm-hmm.
And they're still gonna try to remake it for HBO for white people.
Because the fucking subtitles. I don't want to fucking read a movie.
Well, just dub it. Here's the thing: dub it. It's still gonna take away from the performances, but it's better than remaking it. I'll dub it. Come on.
I don't want to read.
That's my goal. I want to redub Parasite and The Shadow.
Yeah, we'll get to Shadow.
Oh, you have it on here. Okay.
Yeah,
I get a wide release this year, so I guess it counts.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. But The Parasite is a perfect film. This is Bong Joon-ho, the creator of...
We're not going to spoil shit about
Babies
this.
Taste Best. This guy, this guy's films are very sociopolitical axis to grind. And this one, he does it so perfectly you can't even really tell. It's a film about class warfare. But it's shot like almost like and this film takes so many tonal shifts and does it each with perfection. This film has so many layers, so many places it goes. There's so much to talk about every time. Half this film is completely CG'd and you don't even realize it because that's how perfect it is. Right. If you go on Twitter right now and just type in Parasite CG, you realize half the set's a fucking green screen and you don't even realize it.
Because that fucking house is a set.
That house is a fucking set.
And it's crazy.
And I wouldn't even thought to think. And it gets no rewards for that because, as someone said, the best CG is the ones you don't even realize. And the performance, the cast...
It's a fantastic cast. The main family's not only they're likable, but even the rich family's likable too.
I think I said earlier before, likably rancid.
Yes, likably
delightfully rancid. I made a joke about how the dad played by Song Kang is pretty much Shrek to a delightfully a very kind attribution, a loving attribution that this man is Shrek.
The sister almost stole the show.
The sister steals the show and.
She was great.
Yeah, every character, even the characters that might seem minor, this is an ensemble cast that rivals the Avengers, exceeds the Avengers.
Yeah, I'll say it exceeds.
Oh, I will definitely say exceeds too. And I'm so glad it's getting. Even though I feel like the love it's getting in the States is more novelty. I'm just happy it is getting some love.
I'm happy it's getting like a lot of people have seen it.
I want this to win the Oscars all the way.
I do too.
I want it to win. It should win. It is a must watch.
It's gonna be Joker.
Drop everything you're doing, audience, if you have not seen Parasite, and watch it. It's a Korean film. If you can get past you will get past the subtitles because it's that engrossing.
Yeah. And don't worry, some characters speak English like a couple times.
English and it's cool.
If you watched any of the trailers for it, you'd be like, "Wow,
those are the two scenes I saw in the trailer."
It's the same lady.
Okay. Next, Peanut Butter Falcon.
Oh, yeah. The funny thing is, I watched Toy Story 4, and there was the one scene where Woody's walking with Sporky or whatever, and I'm saying, "Is this Peanut Butter Falcon?" It felt like a Rain Man.
It really does, doesn't it? Peanut Butter Falcon is about this kid with Down syndrome who, because of the bad funding and lack of resources, somewhere in the deep South, it's an adaptation of Huckleberry Finn. Or sorry, not Huckleberry, Tom Sawyer.
Okay, that makes more
sense. I'm sorry,
I'm
an idiot. It's getting late.
I haven't seen the movie.
We're in the 3-hour mark right now.
Yeah.
It's a Tom Sawyer adaptation about this kid with Down syndrome, and because of the lack of resources in the city, in the deep South, he has to live in a retirement home. Which, if you ever worked in a retirement home, it's pretty much prison. And so the kid breaks out and goes on a Tom Sawyer Jr. He runs into a character played by Shia LaBeouf, who's this criminal fishing boat guy who burns a boat and burns a bunch of guys' resources and is on the run. And they go together, they make a friendship, and they're basically the Down syndrome kid wants to find his favorite wrestler and get a wrestling lesson. And in the film, it's just a feel-good film. It's not really deep. There's nothing much going on. It's just feel good. And there's not much to say about it. It's a solid B. Maybe a low B. I can't say a bad thing about it, but I can't say anything phenomenal about it. It exists. You get a few good laughs in there. You walk out of the feeling with a good feeling in your heart and a smile on your face, but that's it. It's a kind film to an extent. There's some meanness, unlike, your Taikas.
I'll see it someday if it comes on Netflix.
You think it would be on Netflix? Next on here, another one that I probably exclusively saw. Did you see Penguin Highway?
I did not. I haven't seen
Penguin
really
Highway is an
anime
adaptation of a Japanese children's novel of the same name. It's about a kid. Mm-hmm. This kid, this is a town. It's a college town, a very small, quiet college town. So basically, all the kids' parents are basically professors that definitely specialize in physics. So all these kids are very fucking smart. And the kid, I like the way, because me and Stina both read this book. We book clubbed this one and watched the movie, and there were certain things. The movie's pretty good, but the book is probably better in the way it presents it, because this film is narrated by the kid. The kid is reading his journal. The book is literally you reading the kid's scientific journal. This kid writes down everything, because that's the point. Is that he's a scientist. Write down everything. Write down all your observations. And this is a story about a kid who's just randomly living his life, doing kid things, and writing everything down. And one day, he sees a penguin in the middle of the park in Japan. That's not supposed to happen. Did they escape from the zoo? Who knows? But they keep finding penguins, and the animal resources will keep taking the penguins away, and then the penguins will disappear after a while, and then the penguins will be out and around again. So the kid starts gathering more kids, and they start trailing these penguins, and they follow the penguins to a black hole. Well, it's not really a black hole. It's a bend in time and space. It looks like a water bubble, but it's a fold in time and space. And this fold is getting bigger. And the kids keep the secret to themselves because they're scientists. And they want to keep this monumental discovery to themselves until they understand and can present the information properly. And the penguins are attracted to this warp. They'll jump in the warp. And that seems to be where they spawn from. And if they get too far from the warp, they disappear. And so now they have to figure out, how is the warp and the penguins connected? It's all about the scientific method. They test and test and test, and they're discovering stuff. And the adults, and there's physics adults trying to figure this shit out, but they can't find the source. And the kids are like, don't tell them. And meanwhile, this kid, the scientist kid, is also in love with his dentist assistant. And it's kind of Oedipian, which is totally up my fucking alley. But and she just like. It's a small town, so everybody knows everybody, and she's single, lives on her own, and she just takes the kid out for eat. Like they're just friends. The kid clearly has a crush on her, and she knows, but she likes hanging out with the kid because he's a charming kid. He's a smart kid, more mature for his years, and they just hang out and they get along. It's frighteningly romantic to a way, but once again, it's up my alley because it's a reversal. Because it's less scary when it's Oedipian.
Yes.
Unfortunately, because if it's the other way around, then it's really fucking creepy. Because that's unfortunately how our society acts. Because when a boy does it, high five. But they're hanging out, and the teacher goes, "Hey," because the dentist assistant, she doesn't know about their project yet. But she goes, "Hey, want to see something cool?" And she throws a can in the air, and the can turns into a penguin. And she goes, "Oh yeah, I can do this." So he's like, "Okay, now how's the teacher and the black hole and the penguins connect?" And she shows her the black hole and everything, and she finds that she's connected to the black hole as well. And so it's them discovering. I don't want to spoil it, but I should just go through it. This isn't Studio Ghibli level. It's well animated. It's a great film. I really love it. But this is gonna be an A. It's a low A. Because it's not the greatest. It's got a lot of problems that I discussed, like I said, in the dynamic between the kid and this assistant. But, basically, the way to put it is that this teacher, unknowingly, is an extra-dimensional being. Like, there's a lot of theoretical physics. That's why I love this film. There's a lot of theoretical physics at play. And a lot of extra-dimensional, existential shit at play for a children's movie.
Huh.
And it's really crazy. In the ending, it's very bittersweet. I really enjoyed it, but it's not gonna be everyone's cup of tea. But it's high it's a children's movie that's high concept sci-fi. That's a really bad mix. That's gonna bore children. It's very boring. I could not recommend this to children or families. It's supposed to be for kids. This is a kid's book, and I read the kid's book, and the kid's book does a better job of relating to children. But what me and Stina both cite this as what we really like is the book is presented like you finding his journal. So instead of this book where you're watching this kid's life and then he sees the penguins, the book is I'm gonna see if I can find the page. I literally have the book right now. I always keep it right next to me because I really like the book. I'm flipping through it right now. I don't think I'm gonna have enough time because I don't want to waste time on this podcast because we're in the 3-hour mark. I'm not gonna do it.
Right.
He just talks about his life. He just this book is just random notes, random just entries that he observes things, and then one of the random entries just goes, "And then I saw the penguins." It's something like that. It's not that specific line. It's a paraphrase, but just like, "I saw penguins today, and they shouldn't be there." It's a really good. It's like a great investigation journal. Like, it's a mystery. The book feels more like a mystery than the film does. Whereas the film is so high concept that you kind of just have to let it explain to you when you get there. But I really love the high concept. I love the kids doing things. I like the generational conflict and friction. There's a point where the kids, like I say, because the things that they're learning and being exposed to is so fucked up. They start thinking about death. There's a part where a kid goes, "We're gonna die someday," and is like, "Fuck." Like they're losing their in the percent, and that's what that's what it's ultimately about. It's the loss of it's the gain of knowledge and the loss of innocence. That is what Penguin Highway is about. It's about you as you kid, your passion to learn and grow. You're going to lose your innocence. You're going to get more jaded. You're going to get more competitive. You're going to realize that you're going to die someday. You and your family are going to die. There's a part where the little kid's sister starts crying and goes, "Mom and Dad are going to die before us." And they're like, "That's a long time from now." And he's like, "But think about," and they start talking about the universe. It's like, it's so smart, but I want to recommend it to children. The book, I definitely would. But the movie is definitely more playing for the adults, I guess. I think we've been talking about this film for almost 10 minutes now. We need to move on because
yes.
But yes, I can only give it an A, but I give it one of my highest recommendations if you want something very new. It's not a perfect film. It's not as engrossing as I'm making it sound, but it's very engrossing to me. I love sci-fi. I talked about how Dr. Stone is positive sci-fi. I can't really call this positive sci-fi because it opens a lot of existential Pandora's boxes for children. These are things that children shouldn't think about. Even the film says kids shouldn't think about this, but they gotta approach it sometime. and that's what it's about. I really adore it, but I give it my highest recommendation, but I really can't recommend it because a lot of people would not like it. But if you're one of those Studio Ghibli knockoff fucking it's not a Studio Ghibli knockoff, but like you like Makoto Shinkai
Anime.
and all these contemporaries, put it up there. What's next? The Perfection. Tell me about The Perfection.
The Perfection is a Netflix movie.
Ew. I'm kidding.
God, it's like about this woman who she reunites with her old music like violin teacher and meets his new protege essentially. And then the movie descends into this fucking really fucked up insanity and shit. And I was just like, I was amazed, like it's something this fucking vile was just put on Netflix. I was like, holy shit, this took a turn. I was not. It's like a low B, high C or something.
Decide right now, motherfucker.
C, give it a C.
C, senor, because we're easy to give a C out. Point Blank.
Another movie on Netflix with Falcon and Crossbones.
Ooh.
It wasn't good. I was like really disappointed.
Just
I was like, I was expecting
bottom line
some
action,
dumb action. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, completely. Like
D. What's it about though? Give me a quick premise. We gotta be nicer.
I don't even remember.
If you don't remember, that's an E, buddy.
Yeah, probably an E.
If you can't remember,
think Anthony Mackie's wife gets kidnapped. The only thing that was entertaining is they introduced this like wannabe gangster character near the end.
I brought up Arctic at the beginning of this. It was Polar's the one you didn't like, right?
Polar's the one that I talked. Yeah, isn't that funny? Arctic and Polar, they both star Mads Mikkelsen.
Talk about Polar. That's what I was trying to get out of you earlier.
Oh, fuck.
That's why I was like, you actually like that? I thought you hated it because it was Polar you didn't like.
Yeah, okay, I was wondering. I was like, I don't think I talked much about Arctic.
Yeah, you didn't actually. That's why I got confused.
Okay, Polar is a fucking F.
Ooh.
If we had that shit. Well, you should have given that to The Haunting of Sharon Tate too. That's like harmful cinema.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Because we haven't really made any changes on this list, and we promised we would. So let's give The Haunting of Sharon Tate an F.
Because that's actual like I've never been offended by a movie before, and The Haunting of Sharon Tate did that. Polar is just massively fucking irritating and annoying. It's like the bastard child of John Wick and Suicide Squad, essentially.
Suicide Squad's not a movie. That's just a bunch of clips.
Yeah. So it's amazing because there's some like decently filmed like action scenes that are like pretty violent, and you'd think a movie with that would at least satisfy me on a base level, but the irritating shit overpowered any positivity I could have possibly had. Because like the first half of this movie follows this squad that's been put together to kill Mads Mikkelsen, who's like a retired hitman person who's like really troubled by his past. And Mads Mikkelsen is the best part of the movie. He acts his ass off. He gives it his all to this shitty role. But we spent so much time with these guys who are like knockoff Suicide Squad members, and it's just so vulgar. Like, it's so over the top vulgar. It like put me off. The first scene is like, what's his name? Johnny Knoxville getting like a blowjob, and then he gets shot in the dick, and we watch his erection deflate and something, and they're all like smug and laughing about it. And we get shit like this throughout like the whole movie. The main bad guy looks like a fucking like a man-sized baby, and
that actually sounds interesting.
He doesn't even die like satisfactory. It's like we get a CG head flying out a window that looks so goddamn cheap. It's like, you couldn't even do that, right? And they torture this poor girl throughout. There's like an excessive torture scene in the middle. Like, our main character's getting tortured, but also this innocent person got dragged in, and she's just getting injected with like heroin multiple times. Like, do I really need to see this right now? It's just vile. It's so fucking. Ugh.
Okay.
I don't even want to talk about it anymore.
Something a little more positive. Promare.
I didn't see this. I wanted to.
The DVD came out on Wednesday, and I immediately jumped on it. They did. They didn't announce it. That's why I was pissed. Because I was randomly like, man, this movie should be out already. When's it coming out? I looked this up last week and someone said, oh, it's coming out February 5th. I went, pre-order.
God.
The thing about Promare,
if I know.
My first viewing, I wasn't so high on it. I was a little bit, I don't know. I wasn't, disappointment's not the best way to describe it. But it is because it was so hyped to me. Because, I mean, this film came with a lot of hustle and bustle and a lot of great reception. And I wasn't quite seeing it. And then I watched it 3 more times. And, man, this film's a fucking trip. It lacks an emotional core. I can't call this a perfect film. It's not. This is a borderline S. It just barely hits S. Because it's far from perfect. But, man, this film lights a fucking fire in your fucking soul. Soundtrack is amazing, but that being said, one of the characters named Leo, he's the green-haired one with the leather freaking fetish. He has, like, each character has their own theme song, and Leo's theme song is played, like, 5 times, and I want to rip my fucking ears out. But basically, this film, you'll watch it, you'll understand, because the CG is definitely cinema, and it meshes very fucking well. But the camera angles are fucking nuts. This film, the first 20 minutes is a non-stop action scene.
Oh, it's like 6 Underground.
Yes. And like 6 Underground, it's going to hurt a lot of people's eyes. This thing is a test. People are not going to make, a lot of people aren't, I think Promare got snubbed from the Oscars. I legitimately do.
Really?
But then I keep thinking about the first 20 minutes and I think, how could I expect, like, so many people are not strong enough to get through that first 20 minutes. That action is it's wild. The camera's going wild, everything. There's so much color. And I don't know how to describe it. Like, I don't know how to describe it, but it was just wild. And, yeah, music, but that being said, the way the CG, the mesh of the CG with the 2D animation, that's where the cinema budget goes, but for the most part, if you're a big Trigger fan like I am, you're going to be thinking, why is this animation any different? Like, this could have been a TV series. It doesn't, when you know all of Studio Trigger's tropes and how they animate things and storyboard, this budget doesn't feel cinematic. This feels like any other given show they make. Dare I say Kill la Kill's better? But then you get to the last 10 minutes, and you go, okay, that's where the cinema budget went. And there's still some great scenes and sequences in between. But the last 10 minutes is indescribably beautiful. It's heart-pounding. It's wonderful. Promare is great. That being said, I don't understand what was all the fuss between the screaming in the theaters, other than anime fans need to get outside and fucking live a life.
Well, what was that all about?
I guess apparently when they did the second screenings, because the film did so well, I guess people had complaints that people hadn't seen it before. I guess return viewers were just screaming the entire time.
Why?
Because anime fans, weebs are fucking weird. Because oh, pretty boy on camera. There's definitely some, I would call it homo-romanticism, in similar vein to how I do it in My Hero, which I appreciated. But the fan base, the people who really fucking love this, treat it like homoeroticism. Like, they're getting all hot and bothered by things that really aren't sexual, but definitely emotional. They want to treat this like a hardcore queer romance, and it's really not. It's not going as hard as it believes it is, as people want to say it is. And that's why we have problems. They want to make this a bigger statement than it really is.
It's not like behind the candelabra.
But there's still a statement, but it's not quite in the queer end. It's more in the socio-political end. This film wants to grind an axe, a fireman's axe, about how it really, and that's what I kind of appreciate. This film doesn't have an emotional core, but it definitely has a metaphor. It definitely has a narrative and a theme. And it really wants to talk about the struggle between how we glorify and look up to police and first responders and firefighters. And that disillusionment by the ones who are doing the wrong thing and the ones who are trying to do it right. How confusing that is. And I was like, wow, that's Trigger has a narrative that's not about sex. And I think that's why people have mistaken the homoromanticism with the homoeroticism, because people think Trigger think of a lot of sexualization, and this film doesn't. Surprisingly, in comparison to their other works, probably the least sexual. I'm sorry, the least sexual, in spite of things that people want from it that they believe is happening that's really not. But yeah, like I said, it's a borderline S because there's a lot of problems. But there's also a lot of amazing things. This thing is an animation achievement. Its style is incredible. The soundtrack is a banger, even though Leo's theme is a good song, it's the repetition, it's the overplay of it that makes me want to rip my ears out. Right. The main theme, Inferno, is my banger. I listened to it on repeat at the gym today. Nice. I love it. Inferno, like I said before, I definitely bears repeat viewings to catch things. It's Studio Trigger at their triggerest, but I think some people will find Kill la Kill to still be the best. But it feels like Scorsese's Irishman feels like it could be a 3-parter series. This also feels like it could be a mini-series. But yeah, I highly recommend renting or getting the DVD. It's a beautiful watch. A big banger of a film. Next, Rambo Last Blood. Really?
Yeah. This one was disappointing for me.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people said.
Yeah, because I love the last one. The last one is... The 4th Rambo movie is fucking amazing. Yeah. So I was like, oh shit, okay, it's gonna be another R-rated one. It's old Rambo, though, so it's gonna be good. It took itself way too seriously and was really dull for like the first 2/3 of the movie. Like horrible shit happens to this character, and it's like, oh man, some of it's kind of working, but like you're taking way too long to like get there. And the end of the movie is like a big action scenes, kind of like Home Alone, but it's Rambo setting up, traps and that murder people. And he cuts out the main bad guy's heart, and that's it. And I was like, oh, okay, it's like a D.
So we're going to give this one D. That sounds about right. Ready or Not. I missed this one.
Okay, I need to watch this again, because I liked it. I like the main character, the main actress. She's freaking great, and it has a lot of character. A lot of the family members have. Man, yeah, let's just give it a B for now. I'm going to put this on movie night with Booksmart.
Are you?
I need to see it again. Okay. Yeah.
What you like about? What is it? You like the actor? What's it about?
I like the actor, the premise, like the characters that the family had. Like every family member had like their own unique character that made them very entertaining to watch. And whatnot. And the ending, I love the ending. And that's all I'll say.
Okay, so you don't want to spoil it. Next, yeah. Rocket Man, Instant S.
Yes.
When you're making a film about a musician's life, this is how you fucking do it. This is
Bohemian Rhapsody.
This is what film was made for. To make it surreal. To do what you couldn't do in a Broadway musical, what you couldn't do in a book, all right?
Right.
And what you couldn't already do in a documentary. If you're going to tell a biography, just do a documentary. But if you're going to tell a fucking story, go out, break expectations, go nuts. And this film, for me, it was the part where he's a little kid and he's conducting the orchestra in his bedroom with the little tiny piano and the flashlight. I was just like, wow. Just wow.
I think your audio cut out for a
What
bit.
did I cut out? Just like I said, the part where he's conducting the orchestra in his bedroom as a child.
Yeah, your audio cut out for a bit.
and plus the beginning, when it really gets you, the bitch's back starts. That's when it really tells you what this film's gonna be. I was like, wow.
Yes.
Like, I went to this film practically blind. But the best, the stunner of the film is Saturday Night.
That shit was so good. This is a great fucking musical,
fucking winning
by the way.
Fucking
but yeah, that's it. Yeah, Taron Egerton did a great fucking job. All the musical numbers are incredibly well coordinated and choreographed. And it's just like, it was just a joy to watch, and it was like it wasn't sanitized like Bohemian Rhapsody. It was like Bohemian Rhapsody. Oh, he's gay, but we're not really going to show much of anything. This is like R-rated, dropping F-bombs. He's making out, like sex scenes, like a really interestingly presented, basically an orgy scene. It doesn't really show much, but I mean, it's an orgy scene for sure. Like, holy shit.
Yep. In the way they contextualize without going too hard on it. Rocketman's still an R-rated film, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
but even without going too hard, the way they contextualize,
how
they the clever way. Once again, that's what film's for. The clever way,
filmmaking,
where they cover forward the drugs and the and all that is through the musical numbers and the raves and shit. Like, it's so good. Rocketman is one of the tops, man.
Also, another great friendship in a movie.
Yes, his relationship with his lyricist is fucking great.
It's fucking
very
great.
positive. Rolling Thunder review.
This is speaking of Martin Scorsese, he did a documentary this year too. I need to look up stuff on this one, but I think it's Bob Dylan, if I'm correct. 1 second. Shit. And I went to the wrong fucking. Yeah, it's Bob Dylan. Basically, it's just a documentary following this event he did, like with a bunch of other musicians, where it wasn't even like a hugely advertised like tour or anything. He just traveled with a bunch of friends and played music, and the documentary is paced and presented like a kind of like a hangout movie, essentially. So the documentary matches the feel of the time and the event itself, and it's very interesting. It's a very well done documentary. I'd say it's a solid A right there. So if you're like interested in Bob Dylan, if you like music in that time era, it's really worth watching. It's
so next, Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark. This is a film that goes from a B to an A in its second half, and it's in its third act, I should say. It's okay. It's well crafted because you got Guillermo del Toro producing.
Yes,
so you've got some backing to it.
Monsters are the highlight.
I'd say
Monsters are the highlight.
It's thoroughly enjoyable, but it's okay. It's just okay. But then you hit that third act, and it just lights up.
Yeah.
I took my mother to see this one, and we both in an empty theater because no one gave this one a fucking chance.
Oh god!
And the part where
did I tell you about my theater experience with this one? Did I tell you about my theater experience?
Oh, you told me a bunch of dumbass kids.
The fucking kids! Like every time I'm on stage, what the fuck is that? They throughout the whole movie, and I wanted to murder them.
But yeah.
Oh my god!
So we saw this one in an empty theater, and so we just got to enjoy ourselves. And the part when the fucking monster shows up in the police station, and the guy it's like, what did he say? He was like, what the fuck? He didn't say what the fuck, but like,
it may as well have been.
It was a horror. I can't believe I remembered it up to this point because it was getting late and my brain's going fuzzy.
Right.
But it was just a big like fucking one-liner from the police chief, and he's like, "Fuck this shit," and he starts shooting it with the gun. After these kids have been powerless the entire movie, and the police officer just pulls out his fucking gun and starts shooting the shit, and goes one mano mano. I don't know that this movie just fucking. It can't quite be an A. I'm gonna call it a B. You think it's a B as well?
I agree with the B.
I think it's a B. Yeah, it's just it pops off, but maybe just a little too late is the problem.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you can get a chance, I recommend a watch.
I think that scene in the hallway with the red lights and the fat one.
Oh yeah, there's very interesting set pieces for sure.
Yeah.
Everything is its own little fair, unique little fair. Every monster, every perceived character death is something.
Right.
Next, Serenity.
Your favorite
This
movie.
is the worst film of the year. This gets an F.
I don't think it's the worst of the year.
I mean, you saw The Haunting of Sharon Tate, but
that is yes.
And Cats. But Serenity, it's so boring. And like you gave me the option during movie night.
I gave you the option between this and a way more entertaining.
Describe Serenity to me. Say it's starring Anne Hathaway and Matthew McConaughey. I'm like, Why wouldn't we watch that? That's a very interesting pairing. Wow, this film's fucking boring in spite of its twists.
Let's talk about that twist for a second.
So it all takes place in a video game. Basically, Matthew McConaughey is a simulation of this child's father.
Yeah. On an island.
Yeah.
It starts off like a Moby Dick type of movie, like he's hunting this tuna or something. And you see this guy with a briefcase, like just running around all the time. He's like, who the hell is this guy? And he reveals halfway through the movie that it's all a simulation programmed by this kid that we kept cutting back to. And the kid reacts to this by throwing all the stuff off his desk, like he didn't program a guy to run up and tell Matthew McConaughey that they're in a simulation.
But the whole goal is the kid wants the simulation of Matthew McConaughey to kill his simulation father. Otherwise...
So he can get the courage to kill his real dad in real life.
That's what it's all working up to, which he does. And
yeah.
And in spite of that, in spite of everything we just said, this could go a million different ways, and it went the most boring fucking route.
Yeah, with weird, dirty boat sex at one point. I was like, oh, what?
Framing decisions that should be interesting and are not.
It's all the weird shit. It's funny to think about because the kid would have had to program his fake virtual parents having weird, dirty boat sex.
It's kind of hot.
That's where my entertainment.
It's kind of Oedipian, but like really boring.
Yeah.
Next on the list, Shadow.
You enjoyed this a lot more than I did.
I enjoyed it too much. This is personally an S,
Yeah.
but I know I will not be able to get that. It's gonna be a B, objectively.
Yes.
Because it is a B movie. This is a wuxia film, a kung fu wuxia film about. I love it so much. I'm literally developing a plot point about it in My Hero Alternative because I was so entranced by the idea. It's about a commander. I can't describe this film. It's fucking nuts. You describe it because I'm fucking high off sleep deprivation.
So there's a guy who, a general who he's too old to do anything, so he has a different dude in his place.
Yeah, another man, and he's his shadow. That's what it's called, Shadow. It's his shadow.
He's the shadow. He's the shadow.
He's always referred to as Commander, but we call him Shadow Commander.
Yes, Shadow
and
Commander.
He's a shadow, and
he's being trained to fight the enemy general.
And in another country,
Yang,
there's two countries at war with each other, and the country that the commander and them are in, the guy who's running the country is this fucking Johnny Depp-esque art student who's charismatic. I love him so much. He just wants to fucking paint shit and not go to war. He's asleep at the wheel, but it's like, peace, man.
Everybody else wants war.
This is a war-fighting country, and the man in charge is an art student, and it's kind of lovely. And the commander's like, okay, this is how we're going to set up. We're going to set up a duel with the opposing country, with their leader, who we call Hardman. His name's Yang.
Hardman, Yang. We all liked him more than any of our protagonists.
He's a hard man. And Yang, the enemy commander for the other country, is wholesome as fuck. It's basically, whenever they cut back to him, it's him and his son in literally Kurosawa-esque black and white fucking frames that are beautiful, beautiful. Them sitting around drinking tea and being wholesome, and him teaching his son the ways of being hard. We called the son Kirishima, like Rusty from My Hero Abridged, because that's what it's like. That's what it's like.
Basically, Yang is the manliest man ever.
Man
He's so much of a man that another man cannot defeat him. So he's
his own third gender of man.
So he's not training the Shadow to, fight him with manpower. He needs to teach him the arts of woman power.
You can't fight him like a man. You have to fight him like a woman. It's how you beat Yang.
Basically.
And it's so fucking great. So they make these sword umbrellas.
Umbrella blades.
Instead of a cloth umbrella, the umbrella is made of swords. And you spin it around.
Yeah.
And not only that, but you could ride it. And you can take two umbrellas and make a ball and spin around in the ball. It's Dragon Ball Z.
And shoot arrows out while you're spinning.
This is Avatar: The Last Airbender, Dragon Ball Z kind of shit we're talking about. Okay? And this is live action. This shit is incredible.
Yeah.
So basically the Shadow Commander, against the wishes of his country, goes out with a black ops group of women with scuba gear, and they go underneath the city and they invade the city, and there's guys with fucking bow and arrows and grappling hooks, and they're all fighting each other, and it's so fucking cool. And they're all in umbrella fucking blade balls, and they're rolling down the streets and fighting and deflecting bow and arrows and shit. It's so fucking cool.
Look, we sound like kids describing this movie, and then the fucking ball of arrows and the shooting arrows.
And Young, like I said, because he's a man, he carries a giant glaive that's bigger than a fucking tree. He's Chinese Thorkel from Vinland Saga.
No shit.
Except this guy is just fucking man, and you're rooting for Young, by the way, because he's the manliest man, and his son is also manly in training. He's not manly enough yet, but he's quite manly and charismatic. Yeah. And they're all fighting, and everybody fucking dies. Everybody
dies, and it gets ridiculous. Where even in the film, they're like, "You didn't see that coming."
There's double crosses. There's triple. There's quadruple crosses in the government building of the artsy country that wants to go to war, and I love it. For me, it's S. Like the way we're describing it, host. I'm sorry, it's an A. It's an A now.
You can. I'll let
because
you
we're laughing and joyously describing this as children. It gets an A. That being said, it's Chinese propaganda because it's a Chinese kung fu film.
100%.
It is 210% propaganda.
Yeah.
Because, like I said before, fuck art. Let's go to war is the message of the film. You can't have a weak leader who likes art. You have to be a shadow commander. Fight like a woman, but not really. It's equally as violent as man fighting, maybe more so.
Don't sleep with my wife.
Don't you dare sleep with my wife, Shadow Commander, but do it if you're gonna be me.
Don't sleep with her, but train with her without my supervision.
In this form of martial arts that looks like sex and penetration. The Shadow is a wonderful film. I want to dub this. I want the dubbing rights to this film.
I hope you get
Freddie Hines as Young Hardman. Please.
Oh boy.
I need it. But yeah, next on the list, Shazam.
The best superhero movie of the year.
Best superhero film of the year. It's a high A. Because it's still got its issues. But, man, it's a unique film.
It's unique. It's really wholesome.
It completely undoes the Justice League. There's no point in a Justice League anymore.
It's just,
one of our first telltale signs that Warner Brothers really isn't involving themselves or paying attention, to their detriment at some points. As great as it is, it's also a bad thing that their marquee team is completely obsolete by this film. They didn't take into account that the Shazam family is so much better than the Justice League.
Who cares?
Who cares?
Whatever.
But yeah, I really love this film. One of the greatest Christmas films of all time.
Yes, it'd be the best superhero thing of 2019 in general if The Boys and Watchmen hadn't come out. But we're not talking about
Levi
shows.
Getting the fucking role he deserves.
Yeah, he was great.
I joked about this when we saw trailers. I said, this looks like a high-end YouTube movie. And I couldn't be happier with that. Because it goes beyond that. It's in that territory, but it's still in a good way. It's really enjoyable.
It's cheesy, and it knows it's cheesy. It runs with it.
It's a big vat of melted cheese, and it's just Zachary Levi's naked in padded naked clothing, padded muscles.
If you're one of those,
marinating in cheese.
If you think Man of Steel is the greatest thing ever, you're probably not gonna like this movie.
Yeah, if you like Man of Steel, you're a fucking child.
Because it's fun and has character.
Because this fun, dumb baby child movie is so much better than Man of Steel.
Yeah.
The silence.
I want the Snyder cut. Silence.
I want the Snyder cut of Shazam.
Oh no. We gotta suck all the color out.
Suck all the cheese
Give
out.
him a fake.
Suck all the cheese out.
That this time they CGI a mustache on his lip instead of the opposite.
Wait, the silence. What's going on with the silence?
Well, you know that movie that I have been trying to show you for a while, but you just won't have it? This is from the director of Wish Upon.
Yeah, no thanks. Can we skip this?
Have you seen A Quiet Place?
Yes.
It's that.
No, but The Quiet Place is The Quiet Place.
No, but this is essentially a ripoff of The Quiet Place.
Right?
It starts a bunch of miners go mining, and they accidentally release a bunch of bat creatures that attack via sound. So
also it's a ripoff of The Abyss?
Kinda.
Yeah.
It stars a Stanley Tucci, and what was it? The one of the main characters is the daughter who's deaf. So this whole family knows sign language, but they spend most of the movie whispering because they don't commit to that.
Yeah, clearly. So can we get the
the other thing is it becomes like The Walking Dead halfway through, where like another evil group of humans gets involved, and it gets really silly and violent. And I had fun.
Oh, if you had fun, then it's a D.
It's a D. It's a D.
Fun,
it's not an E.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Star Wars: The Rise of Skywalker.
It certainly was a movie.
They didn't fulfill my Reylo ship. It's an E. Here's the thing. I said this on Twitter.
How dare you?
I didn't have a bad time with this. I was drunk.
I didn't have a bad time with.
To be fair, but.
So this is going to turn into you like me watching The Predator. It's like, it's not bad.
That's probably but I don't know. I don't hold Star Wars to a very high standard.
No, me neither.
I never have high expectations for Star Wars. And so this one I'm like, well, they wrapped it up. The Dead Speak, they reference a Fortnite event in the opening monologue crawl there. That's cool. Babu Freak. I've been saying everything. I've been saying everything ironically so far. Babu Freak is my fucking favorite thing ever from Star Wars.
Well, you did like the retweet thing where they were talking about Little Women when that one character died, and there's Star Wars was playing next door to your Babu Freak.
Hey.
Yeah, he was great.
Yep. This film is heavily flawed. But it still managed to be a coherent film, unlike a lot of things I see from big blockbuster franchises. Adam Driver shoulders this fucking film.
This whole trilogy.
Adam Driver's incredible, and he gets done so dirty because they just don't know. Like, unlike the MCU, Star Wars never had a plan from the beginning.
No, it was really.
They just never did.
Fuck you, JJ.
They just never. Fuck everyone. Fuck everyone involved.
I'm not gonna say about Ryan.
I apologize to Rian Johnson.
But fuck JJ.
I meant fuck everybody, as in like the producer said, fuck you. You're all cannon fodder. You're all fucked. We're all lighting you all up. You're all to blame, not us.
Poe, you're not gonna be gay. We'll give that to the blurry couple.
I made a joke about Reylo not being fulfilled, but Poe and Finn Poe not being fulfilled, when that was probably the most consistent relationship in the entire fucking saga.
And you can see the fucking chemistry in this film.
Especially. This film is a low progressive C. Because it does work. I am entertained in the moment, but I can't go back to it.
Palpatine was funny.
Next, Steven Universe the movie.
You didn't watch
it. I know you're. I know Bun did.
But I just. Yeah, well, of course.
This is one of those films where I saw it and I had to keep thinking about it. I'm not a fan. I'm really not a fan of Steven Universe. I could care less, but I'm giving this film a solid A. This is a very good movie. It's lovingly, passionately made together. All the characters have a different animation style. All the main basically people said, "Do I need to watch Steven Universe to watch this film?" No. They'll describe the whole plot in the first musical number, and beyond that, to its detriment sometimes. But the music is really great. The musical numbers are fucking great. The animation sequences are great. It's got a great style. Like I said, for certain characters have very specific animation styles, and that speak to very specific decades and eras of animation, and in that turn speaks about them as a character. Like one character is completely animated in an old Disney rubber hose. She practically looks like Mickey Mouse, and her whole, and this is the villain of the film.
I saw
a
couple
villain's
scenes with her.
motives are amazing. She's one of the Catalyst characters in the series. She's this character's old plaything, She's
I
a
know the
toy.
premise.
She's
Wait, we're explaining
she's a relic of the past, and the fact that she is animated in rubber hose speaks to the problematic nature of the era, but also the novelty and the nostalgia of that era. Like it fits. It really fits. This is one of my higher recommendations to watch because I know our audience has a better leaning on these kind of films. I think if they hadn't already seen it, they would really enjoy it. Once again, I said it before on podcasts, but our good friend M. Catwood, who is the voice of Froggy in My Hero Abridged, she was a production assistant on Steven Universe, and she could talk hours on this film and things that were going on, and it's always fun to listen to her talk about what was going on when that film was happening, and she even made it to the premiere, and she like in a silent engrossed theater, she fucking screamed, "Fucking what?" Like she said, "I'm gonna go in there and not make an ass of myself." In privately, sitting next to some of the voice actors in the series, she went, "Fucking what?" in a Cartoon Network sanctioned premiere. I love Ed Catwood. She's the best.
That's amazing.
She's an absolute queen. Spider-Man: Far From Home. It is solid. I want to give this either a high B or a low A. What you thinking? B. High B for sure. Because a lot of the problems come towards the end.
Mm-hmm.
Killing off Jake Gyllenhaal. Like, I'm sorry, but who else is gonna hang out with Deadpool? I need Jake Gyllenhaal, Mysterio, and Deadpool, Ryan Reynolds, to be together in a film with Wolverine, Hugh Jackman, because you know it's happening because they're gonna pay him that money. But about Spider-Man: Far From Home, why is this good? It's just a good individual piece. It's not. Yeah. It's not. Once again, not until the very end of the film is it really concerned with the MCU, the greater MCU. The very beginning and the very end.
Yeah, it makes a joke.
The very beginning and the very end. Otherwise, it's its own little thing. I like that about these Spider-Man films. But now that Disney has really thrown its dick at Sony, I feel like that's not going to be the case anymore, and it's really going to get hampered down.
No, thank God. I want it to fail. Burn.
The fight on the London Bridge is one of the best fight scene geography since the Avengers, the first Avengers film.
Yeah.
Good set piece. It's like Jake Gyllenhaal. The very meta nature of that villain is fucking wonderful.
Yeah, the scene where he's fighting Mysterio the first time and it gets really trippy. They completely
put that in the hands of the CG team. Bravo to them. Kevin Feige said, awesome. "Go nuts, kids. That's all you." That's not in the script. That is not in the script. They just went for it. They had different cuts for that.
Zombie Iron Man. Oh,
why not? Why not? Right. Right. I said they made a lot of great, bold decisions. There's a lot of problematic decisions. Boiling down Tony Stark's powers all into a pair of sunglasses is not ideal.
Yeah.
But you need a MacGuffin for your film because you can't trust the character study. But yeah, that's why it's a B. There's a lot of problems teasing the multiverse that's clearly going to happen and not doing it yet.
Samuel L. Jackson's character was almost too much of an asshole.
I
keep wanting to call his character Nick
dumb, but
Cage.
It's because, spoiler alert, he's a Skrull.
Well, yeah.
Which explains it, but at the same time doesn't really, because clearly they did it at the very end. They're like, okay, yeah, he can be a Skrull. Right. That explains this.
Why would a Skrull be giving Spider-Man so much shit?
Why would a Skrull be in charge of S.H.I.E.L.D. right now? That's kind of fucked. But then you see Sam Jackson hanging out in space. You're like, oh, there's a greater picture at play, I guess, that we won't know until Guardians. And
I'm glad they kept the good part of Captain Marvel, all the Skrulls.
Yes, the wonderful Skrulls. Tabernacle 101.
This is the movie we sacrifice and watch Serenity instead. Which after watching it, I was very sad because this movie's fucking hilarious. Aww. It's really bad. But it's essentially like I know you don't like Neil Breen.
I don't.
But this is like an Australian Neil Breen movie.
So I would not
you get the benefit. You get the benefit of having these really thick Australian accents throughout the whole thing. And the fact that it's in HD. So you can like, oh wow, the effects look better. But the story is of a man who is a hardcore atheist and who has a website where, like, disproves, witches, like, people who claim they can see spirits and whatnot. And he wants to prove there's no afterlife.
Oh,
so
fuck.
He pulls
You described this shit to us. Did we watch it?
He pulled... we tried, and I think we just got too...
We definitely got into it.
We didn't finish.
Like, the thing about the movie nights is that there is a threshold, and this film crossed the threshold of what a collective audience at fucking fucking midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning can handle.
Right. We'd have to, like, start a movie night with this and then go to an actual real movie.
So I would call this a D.
But, it's definitely there.
It's not boring. It's
highly
not
entertaining.
Boring.
It's not boring. It goes in crazy fucking directions.
Yeah, I do remember this because it was wholesome because he built a relationship with, like, one of his biggest detractors and shit. Like, it goes full Jesus
and
mode.
he cures a woman of cancer. Yeah, because he gets superpowers after he kills himself and brings himself back to life.
This is bad ideas executed better than they did. It's not executed well, but executed better than they deserve to be.
Yeah.
This one has some kind of budget to it. That's kind of fucked. You know what happened, host? It was my fault again. Because they killed a hamster, and I was like, hey, we should watch G-Force instead. And then the audience demanded
you
G-Force.
Motherfucker, that's exactly what happened.
And everyone in the chat was like, no, let's watch G-Force, G-Force, G-Force.
God damn it.
I love that. Okay.
You know what? We're going to put that one up again sometime.
No, please don't. We saw enough. We saw enough.
Okay. It's free on Amazon Prime for all of you listening to watch that shit.
Toy Story 4. I'm higher on this than you are.
It's
I call it a borderline A.
I say
because
B
it's not necessary. You don't have to watch this.
No,
it's
you don't.
It's
you
an
really
epilogue
don't.
to Toy Story 3. And what I appreciate is that even though Pixar is crumbling over the weight of its infrastructure right now, they still have the time to make a psychological drama about toys. Something about Toy Story brings out the best in Pixar. On a characterization level. To an extent, because there's flaws. That being, as you mentioned, jokingly on Discord, was Buzz always this stupid? In which I would reply, no, they changed because they no longer have any more development ready for Buzz. A lot of characters have hit the ceiling. Woody's the only one who has anything really left to work with.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what it's about. This film is about Woody, to the detriment of other characters.
And Bo Peep. They brought back Bo Peep.
Bo Peep was great too.
He graduated from kissing her to hugging her.
But I really because you gotta respect women.
You can't pull a Klaus, show him
anymore.
kissing and getting married and having kids.
Yeah, but
thank you, Klaus.
But it's I really liked it. I really liked what this was about. I'm a little bit on the older end, so these things hit some more flags for me. On a scale, and it really got.
I like the ending.
And the ending, and with Buzz and Woody and shit, because then I think about me and Freddie, and I fucking lost my shit. Like there was not a dry eye in the fucking theater. I lost my fucking shit, and so I was like, oh, that's fucking harsh. But one of the funniest scenes ever was with the fucking plushies, fucking murdering an old woman in multiple ways. That's fucking great. That's fucking great.
It wasn't the scene where they quoted PUBG, where they said winner, winner,
I like the
chicken
part
dinner.
in the post-credits when they turn to giants and start laser beaming the carnival. That shit's funny. I'm sorry. I really enjoy Toy Story 4. It's not necessary. It didn't need to happen. But at least it didn't stretch itself. It didn't stretch itself as thin as Frozen 2 did. Frozen 2 had very little to work with. Toy Story 4 had Woody and Bo Peep to work with.
Mm-hmm.
And that's great. Triple Frontier.
This is a movie with Oscar Isaac, Ben Affleck, and other people.
How did I miss this?
Actors. It's on Netflix. It's from the director of A Most Violent Year, which had Oscar Isaac and Jessica Chastain. This movie, it's like about I think, ex-soldiers who decide to rob like a drug cartel guy so they can make some money to live nice, and shit goes wrong. And it's like a C.
Okay. See? Now, I hate to do this, but we are hitting the 4-hour mark. We are way past time. I knew this was gonna happen, so we're gonna lightning round this.
Damn it! We got some really good ones.
We will give those their due, but like triple threat. Give me a
Expendables, but Asian.
Okay.
C.
You tried to show that the other night, didn't you?
Yeah,
it wasn't. And we got bored immediately. The Two Popes. Don't ship the Two Popes challenge. This is on Netflix. It's about the current monk. Is that monk? I gotta call him monk. The current Pope, Pope Francis. This is about how he became the Pope, because in the first time in history, the Pope didn't die and he had to be elected in. And this is about the relationship between the previous Pope and our current Pope. And it's shot like a documentary. It's acted. It's dramatized, but it's shot like documentary, like boots on the ground style, guerrilla style. I give it an A. It's
I'd say B, but you can
I'm gonna say A
there.
because I think it was a very it's a kind film. I appreciate the kindness this year in spite of things.
The Unauthorized Bash Brothers Experience. Do you guys know The Lonely Island? That's okay. Yeah,
they made this.
They did this. It's on Netflix. It's on Netflix.
How is it?
It's funny. If you like The Lonely Island, it's funny. B.
Oh, so you mean they just list things? Nah, maybe not be that funny.
I
You
don't
boil
know.
down their humor to listing things.
It's like a history of these real life baseball players and whatnot. If you're familiar with baseball, you might get more.
Now
out
let's
of it
get
than
to the 12 out of 10 on the butt clincher scale. Uncut Gems.
Yeah,
the biggest
Holy
fucking
shit.
snub at the Oscars.
Yep, Adam Sandler deserves a nomination. They might hate the fucking A24, just the Safdie brothers or something, but fuck, man. This movie's amazing.
Is fucking painful in a good way. This film is an anxiety attack. It's a heart attack, prolonged.
Yes.
I thought I was gonna die during this film.
Seriously,
I thought I was not coming home alive after this film. This film is so stressful.
The scariest scene of the year is Adam Sandler trying to get a fucking door open.
Yes. Oh my god.
I'm like, oh my god.
Oh my god. This film, one of our highest recommendations to watch.
Yes. Anybody not in America can watch this shit now. It's on Netflix.
If you're not in the US, you can watch it on Netflix, you lucky dogs. But I got to watch it in theaters where my ass is rattling in my seat.
Yeah, and have fucking haunting ending, really, for me. It was like,
ending.
cool.
Yeah, this fucking great. High recommendation. Another high recommendation, Under the Silver Lake. This is on Amazon Prime,
Wonderful. Yes.
This is about Andrew Garfield. It's playing a kid in Hollywood who is uncovering a conspiracy. It doesn't feel like a conspiracy at first. It feels like he's making things up at first, but then he keeps uncovering shit. It's a Hollywood conspiracy.
Illuminati
is a
type
treasure
shit.
map. It's a treasure hunt, is what this is. And he takes him to very weird, low-key places.
A lot of
throughout.
really, like, variety of sets. Really good locations.
Yeah, it's really interesting. But for me, one of the greatest moments in film this year was him finding the map on the Legend of Zelda Nintendo Power issue. When he holds up the map like Zelda would get an item, and the music swells briefly, I was like, "This is fun." Like, I think that was just you, me, and Stina, maybe.
Yeah, it was you.
It was just us that night, and we were just like absolutely fucking floored by this film.
We want to talk about like directors who move from horror to other movies.
Yes, exactly.
This is the director of It Follows.
It follows a crisis horror. So I look at that and I go, "Is this the next step for Ari Aster? If so, I'm excited."
Hopefully. Even that being said, this movie's funny, but there are legitimately terrifying scenes in this still.
This is a horror director still through and through. I really like the soundtrack. It's
Oh, that's great too. Yeah, same composer from
texture,
It Follows, which means that guy has variety.
But it feels more like an old Hollywood film. Like it alludes to the
noir
rear. It
type
has a lot
thing.
of rear window illusions. It's very Hitchcockian.
Yes.
Us.
This is like it's like Jordan Peele doing, like a Junji Ito story, but he explains way too much at the end, and it really undermines a lot of the good that was like presented earlier in the movie. It's like a C.
I agree.
Yeah.
Velvet Buzzsaw. I walked out on this one. It couldn't keep my interest.
You did, but
You kept explaining
I
the plot, and it was so obvious.
Everybody kept coming in like, what's happening?
No one was. You were
it's
drunk,
not that
and you kept explaining the plot, and everyone's like, we know, because nothing's really happening.
It's very personal why I enjoy this movie.
I'll give you the low
for one,
C.
having artistic family and whatnot. I like Bret Easton Ellis books, and it just very accurately portrayed that shit.
Personally, this was not fucking for me.
Oh no, I completely
It's Jake
get it.
Gyllenhaal as this freaking blowhardy fucking art critic, and they steal someone's artwork, and the artwork is cursed, and it starts killing everybody. It's just, it's better. It's better than In Fabric. I'll give it that.
Oh, 100% better.
It's more watchable, but it's just depressing because it's from the director of Nightcrawler.
Nightcrawler.
It's like
and that guy has not made a good movie since Nightcrawler.
Like, that's what he went to. Jesus Christ. Waves.
Yeah. This movie is fucking great. I saw it twice because I had to watch it again.
I can only barter an A for it though, because this.
No, it's
an S for you. I gotta say high A because I got some issues. Some of its creative choices, like the framing, go on for too long, where it becomes redundant and pointless, and you're like, why is it still doing this?
I don't think it's pointless.
After the police car
closes
scene,
as like
it keeps going, and there's no point.
No, the point is like the rest of the family's in that low too until she meets Luke Hedges, and then it gets wider and wider until she goes on the road trip to meet his dad.
I don't know, man. Like, it really drags its feet. That being said, though, I like it's very anthological. I like that. I think that was a interesting choice. But for me, I just like it goes. Sometimes it gets a little too pretentious. I think it's a bore. I think it's a high A. It can't quite get the A.
I just like the fact that the first half of the movie could be like a whole movie.
It's to a detriment. I say so. It's like that's the end of the movie, man. Like then they be.
But
this is
I like that it went on.
Movies.
Basically, but I like that it went on, and we got like an actual like sweet ending.
I like the second half. I like the second half better than the first.
Yeah, the first half gets oddly like really intense.
The first has a better pace, but in the second half the pacing sucks, but it has better heart to it.
Yeah,
and the criticisms after the things wear off are a lot better. Okay. For Waves, I can't recommend it because I think a lot of people would find it boring, honestly. But I enjoyed it.
I recommend it.
All right, after 4 hours, the 99th film that we're going to discuss. We discussed 99 films tonight, host. High five! Yep. Congratulations. Let's never do this again.
No.
Not in this style, at least. I thought it was funny. I came up with this like the beginning of the year. And now I really regret it, but it was fun.
We gotta like filter some shit. Only discuss things worth discussing.
Our favorite. Like I said, films worth discussing. We can't just go down the line of this.
Yes.
Okay, so Won't You Be My Neighbor? This is
I didn't see this.
You fucker.
God damn it.
Fucker. Once again, this is in the kindness spectrum. You didn't see it, so I'm giving it an S. I thought we were gonna have to barter an A for you.
I don't think it deserves that. I haven't even watched it. I don't think it deserves that.
Won't You Be My Neighbor? It just barely makes an S because it hits me hard on a personal scale. It's a kind film. Tom Hanks just destroys.
A kind film with Mr. Rogers?
I know, right?
What?
But about kindness against very tough, close to home issues, man. The film destroys me in the first 2 minutes.
Okay.
In the beginning, it immediately goes, Mr. Rogers pontificates the power of forgiveness in the first 2 minutes, and why you can't give the people who hurt you so much power by not forgiving them, and it fucking hurts, man. It fucking hurts. Wow. But yeah, I really enjoyed the film. But yeah, that's it. Any final thoughts?
Yeah, we're done.
Pick your one favorite film of the year.
Oh God, it's Dragged Across Concrete. It's my Mandy essentially for this year.
It changes. I say it's Jojo Rabbit, or I say it's Cold Pursuit, or I say it's something else, or it's Parasite.
I mean, I can list my top 5 right off the bat. So it's Dragged Across Concrete.
I'm saying it's Cold Pursuit, but my opinion will change right before I go to bed. It'll change in the morning, and it'll change again. It'll keep changing. That's how wonderful this year for film was.
Fucking great year.
I can't pick a favorite, but I have to say, gun to my head, it's Cold Pursuit. But that's it. Any final thoughts?
My the first two movies I saw of this year were The Murder of Nicole Brown Simpson and a movie about a man interrogating a monkey.
This year? 2020 is already looking pretty fucking clean.
Yeah, on both ends.
I saw Bad Boys for Life.
Quality spectrum.
That wasn't that bad. But, but it's the Oasis effect because we're in the deluge. But I might be seeing Birds of Prey this weekend, and I've heard good things.
I'm curious about it because
I had no expectations, and that's the best because now I get to see something with low expectations and high praise already. So I'm ready for it, baby.
Right.
And so now after whoever survived this 4 minutes, these 4 hours, you're a fucking liar. You definitely skimmed through this. But I commend your effort for trying to listen to this rambling of two film nerds going at it, but thank you for joining us, because we definitely like to talk about this stuff, and now that production is the way it is, this will sadly probably be the last JOYCAST for a while, unless something really catches our attention, or we even have time, because we're getting really busy. But host, thank you for joining us for 2 of these.
Oh, no problem.
It was a lot of fun. I thank Freddie and Stina for joining us for that, and
thank you for having me on. I'm just a guy.
You're just a guy. You're not just a guy. You're Mr. Host, man. You're the host with the most. He hosts the JoyRide Discord server movie nights every Saturday night.
That is the thing.
At 9:30 Eastern. If you all it costs is $1 on our Patreon, and you get access to this.
Yes.
And you get access to 2 usually great or at the very least entertaining films a week. So that's 8 films a month for $1 with a group of people who love to talk about film. And some of your fellow Joy Boys like Stina and sometimes Freddie and Peo and Charlie.
And Charlie sometimes.
Yeah, and Cody. So it's so worth it. And that's what we do at the very end. We talk about it. But yeah, once again, thank you, host. Thank you, kind listener and kind donors and just kind people who enjoy film. Peace out.